lost and lonely. You, strangers, angels, dancing in the deepest oceans, twisting in the water. You're just like a dream, just like a dream. Lift me into shape. I must have been asleep for days. Moving lips to breathe her name. I opened up my eyes and found myself alone, alone, alone above a raging sea. Stole the only girl I loved, drowned her deep inside of me. You, soft and lonely. Lost and lonely, you, just like heaven.
Well, here we go again. Alrighty, everybody. Let's give it up. Everybody, give it up for the host of the Brain Domain, Papa B. Hey, it's me. And hey, it's you. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. Feels like it's been forever. You know, for some of us, it was just yesterday. But I just want to say, looking great. Looking great. The look you got going on, you really nailed it. Welcome back to the Brain Domain, everybody. We've got a presentation for you today. As I've said before, every once in a while, I'm reminded of a topic, and then I'm like, well, wait, surely I've done a presentation on this before. This was one of those times where I'm like, wait, I haven't actually. We've talked about attachment styles before. Talked about them before. We're gonna get into them today. We got the actual presentation together today. Alright? So we've got that on the agenda. No worksheet today because you were all so well behaved yesterday, I decided I'm not gonna give them homework today. Alrighty. Alrighty, everybody. I've got the question box link pinned. Let's see. Got one in there right now. Got one in there. I'll probably get to that here in just a second. So Let me take some bites of this food. Okay. First things first, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? You know, of all the places that you could be right now, you're choosing to spend it here with us, and that means a lot. So, thank you. Thank you for being here. So how are we doing today? Wednesday? It's only Wednesday? Wednesday. Alright. The people in my neighborhood were lighting off a bunch of fireworks last night. Probably just gonna get worse as it leads up to the 4th. And they're probably still gonna be lighting off fireworks for a week afterwards. So you know how it goes. I'm barely holding it together. Barely holding it together is still holding it together. Don't forget, you gotta lean on the people that support you. You don't have to carry that burden all on your own. And sometimes all you can do is set things in motion and then wait. And the waiting, that's the hardest part. A warehouse of fireworks went boom boom in Northern California, LOL. How did you know that a fireworks explosion is among my favorite things? I know that's, probably a controversial take, but I can't help it. Whenever a big pile of fireworks blows up in a way that it's not supposed to, there's just a part of my brain that goes, you know what I mean? But then they're like, the mature, adult, responsible part of me is like, people could have got hurt. That's property damage. You know, that could have been devastating. But you know, there's still the part of me that's just like, you know what I mean? I'm still gay. Glad to hear it. Nothing's changed. Still keep it up with the status quo. Sugar 96 months. Thank you for the 19 months. 19 months. Already? Where is the time gone? I'm on my lunch break at work and I can't stop thinking about just clocking out and going home. I hate my life. You don't hate your life, you hate work, and that's normal. It's alright, you know, when you're at work, you hate it, you know, I can't blame you. You know, whenever I worked a job that had like, you know what I mean, those types of like a retail job or something, and it's like, you gotta clock in, you gotta clock out. They don't trust you to just like go take a lunch break on your own. You have to like punch a time clock because they want to treat you like a child. But I will admit that there were some times where I would go and I'd take my lunch break and then I would just be like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna kind of hang out for a minute until somebody comes looking for me. I had a strategy whenever I worked like at a big box retail job, and it was this. You know, I would just go be goofing off somewhere, you know, taking a long break, and then if somebody came looking for me, I would be like, oh, I was actually looking for you. I was looking for you too. Where have you been? Oddly enough, it worked. I don't know how it worked, but, you know, they were just like, I need you at the register. Come on. I'm like, okay, I'm coming. Well, no, I was coming to find you. I was bored. I was looking for something to do. It most definitely wasn't reading a book in the break room. I promise. Work is one of the only things I don't hate sometimes because it distracts me from the lack of love and happiness. Alright, let's look at this mathematically. If we need to add more love and happiness to the equation, what do we need to do to make that happen? Can we introduce things that invoke those feelings? Do we need to lower some of our barricades so that the love can get in properly? Do we need to stand and wait at the door so that we're there when the delivery guy gets there so that we can sign for the package so that he doesn't just leave a slip and then we have to wait or go to the FedEx place to go get the package? When you're looking for more love and happiness in life, you have to look at it from the perspective of, is this a problem that exists within me or outside of me? Is there love around me, I'm just not receiving it? Or is there no love around me, and I'm just trying to find it? If you want to feel more love and joy in life, I suggest you try inviting it in. You know, we put up these walls to protect ourselves from getting hurt, and what they end up doing is, you know, the love and the joy can't make it through. The wall's too thick, the wall's too high. Those are feelings you kind of have to be vulnerable around. You kind of have to surrender to those feelings. And if we're normally very guarded, it makes it very difficult for those feelings to make it past our defenses. So give your internal watchtower guard the day off. Let yourself be a little bit vulnerable. The thing about being emotionally vulnerable is that it'll hurt, but it can't kill you. And beyond that pain, lies freedom, and joy, and love, and happiness. Can't do it. You can't do it, period. You can't do it right now. You can't do it yet. Which one? You're at work, so you might want to wait till you get home. So I understand if you can't do it right now. If you can't do it yet, I think you could. You're smarter than you might give yourself credit for. You can't do it, period. I just don't believe that. You know what you're capable of. Happiness and love are something that kids know how to do. You're telling me that a little kid can do something that you can't do? You're a big, strong grown-up. You can run faster, you can jump higher, you can throw a ball into tomorrow. My family are far-right evangelicals. They will never love me. That's because their love is conditional, and you don't want to meet those conditions, and that's honestly their loss. I'll never understand why parents would have conditional love for their children. You need to think the way I think. You need to act the way that I expect you to act. You can't be your own person, can't have your own identity, can't have your own beliefs. Okay. That's not really somebody that you want to try to work to impress, because that's going to involve being disingenuous to yourself. You're going to be betraying your own values and virtues in exchange for what? Conditional love? Is that a contract that you want to sign? My coworkers are literally the only people I have. Well, who do they have? Work your way into their social networks. That's how it goes. You meet people and they have friends, and then you become friends with their friends. You're already friends with them, so I'm sure you'll fit in. Hey, what are you guys doing this weekend? You guys got any plans for the 4th? Oh, I'm just trying to find something to do. That's how you get invited to the cookout. That's how you weasel your way in. Hehehe, now I got friends. They never saw it coming. They pulled the wool right over their eyes. This might be hard to accept, but people do want to be your friend. I'm sorry you have to hear it from me. I know this is tough, but people do want to be your friend. People think you're funny. People think you're cool. They want to spend time with you. They want to get to know you better. They want to make you food. They want you to meet their dog. Don't deprive them of that. can't fucking do it? Well, then pretend you're somebody that can. Something I find very silly about psychology is that that technique actually works. You feel like you can't do something? Just pretend that you're somebody that can do that thing. This doesn't work in all things. But for social stuff, definitely. If you're really not ready, at least give yourself the benefit of yet. Because if you're gonna tell yourself that you can't do something forever, that's you predicting the future. And if you can predict the future, then you need to get a crystal ball and you need to start making money off that, because you could probably make a killing doing that. Might not feel ready to do it right now, but you're always going to feel a little bit uncomfortable when you're stepping outside your comfort zone. So you may never feel as ready as you would like to. I never want to do the things though. You afraid of having fun? Are you afraid of people seeing you having fun? Now, I ask that specifically because you were raised by right-wing evangelicals, and one of the things that they kind of drill into you is don't let them see you having fun. What are you excited for? What are you smiling about? I'm afraid of the consequences on my health. What about the consequences of the stress of not doing those things? When we live in a way that's based on avoiding pain, we end up securing more pain. Parties happened earlier in the day. Well, sometimes you gotta host the party. Alright, we got a question in the box. I'm gonna take a look here. Let's take a look. I feel overwhelmed. You know? Were you here yesterday? Were you here yesterday? Because we had the perfect presentation yesterday. We had a presentation yesterday. I posted the slides in the Discord, and also there's a VOD, so if you missed it, I would encourage you to check it out. I hate that I can't be in a bad mood without it affecting other people. I'm trying to think if there is a way. You know, when you are in a bad mood, it's almost impossible to not have it affect the people around you. It comes out in how you talk, comes out in how you position yourself, you know, the length and curtness of your responses. It's not easy, but it's possible. And so what we need to do is focus on how is it that I'm allowing my bad mood to affect me and then radiate outwards into other people. Like, I'm only ever allowed to be pleasant around others even when I'm feeling like shit. It's inconvenient for others when I have feelings they aren't comfortable with. So it's a them problem. I'm a perfectly likable person when it's convenient, when I'm funny and make people laugh, when I'm happy. But when I'm having a bad day, I am unlovable. It's days like these when I understand why no one wants me and no one loves me. Except for all the other days where they do want you and love you. Just not when you're in a bad mood. I get in this headspace on a rare occasion when the people-pleasing is too much. Oh, okay. That explains some things. When you are a people pleaser, you're a little bit hyper aware of how other people might be feeling, and you can often also project your own stress onto them. I'll give you an example. You might be having a bad mood, you might be upset about something, and you talk to somebody else and you're like, oh, I just know they can't stand me when I'm this way. And you kind of project your feelings onto them. They might not even be aware. They might get an idea that something's going on, but they might not, you know, be as offended or, you know, reading your mind like you think they are. People pleasers tend to, you know, they tend to prioritize how other people feel over how they feel. You know, like, they can't be happy unless everybody else is happy. I cannot engage with another human without feeling overwhelmed and pressure. Yeah, that's what people pleasing will do to you. Because you are trying to do the impossible. You are trying to predict and read their mind and, you know, make sure that they're happy. And even if they tell you that they're happy, well, maybe they didn't say it the right way. Or maybe they weren't looking at me when they said it. Or maybe they checked their phone one too many times, and so they must have actually just been lying to me. you're channeling some anxiety into the socializing. Is there anything underneath that might be contributing to that anxiety? And is it finding these types of moments as an outlet for that stress? Welcome in, Raiders. Ooh, welcome in, Raiders. Oh, thank you for the raid. We were just taking some questions from the box. How are you doing today? Thank you, Mike, for the sub. Thank you, Vio, for the sub. Mike says, give this man money. You heard him. You know I would never ask, but that's what friends are for. We were just taking this question. We were talking a little bit about people pleasing. We're talking a little bit about people pleasing, and I'll rewind a little bit. How do I be a person that people can love even when my feelings become too much for them? Solio with the Prime sub. Let's go. Thank you, sir. So, we were talking about people pleasers. The thing about people pleasers is they tend to overvalue other people's emotions and undervalue their own emotions. They make other people's happiness a priority, and they have a harder time prioritizing their own happiness. And they also have a hard time opening up to those types of feelings of joy and happiness and comfort if other people around them are feeling some type of way. You know, they're feeling frustrated or agitated or despondent. And they sort of take a responsibility for those feelings. Like, oh no, this person is feeling some type of way. I must have done something to upset them. It's my responsibility to fix it. What you want to do with that energy is save some of it for yourself. You can show up in your relationships, in your friendships, as you, as who you really are, like your full capability, by looking out for yourself, by taking care of yourself. It's not selfish to make yourself a priority every once in a while. In fact, it's necessary. Also, socialism or barbarism, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Space Case, for subscribing. Thank you for all these new follows. You're beautiful. Trying to regain my train of thought here. People pleasers. Alright, people pleasers. One of the things that I like to do when talking to a people pleaser is help them through using their own logic. You are a people pleaser. You are also people. So when's it going to be your turn? Also, wouldn't it make the people in your life happy to see you taking better care of yourself? Wouldn't the people who love you and care about you want you to be looking out for yourself and taking good care of yourself, having fun, living life, enjoying hobbies? Wouldn't they love that? Wouldn't it make them so happy, all those people who care about you, to see you doing well? I'm not sure. Well, if they don't, then maybe you need to find some ones that do. My husband was telling me this last night. It's true. It's true. The people who care about you want to see you doing well. They want to see you happy. And so if you have a hard time doing it for yourself, then do it for them. That may be a part of the problem if people around you don't want to see you happy. That can be a big wake-up call. Sometimes you need to start treating yourself better so that you can sniff out the people in your life who don't want to see you doing well. Those are the people who are going to really raise a ruckus whenever you start prioritizing your own self-care. So yeah, if you have a hard time being nice to yourself for your own sake, then do it for me. It would make me so happy. It would really make my day. You know, if you just did something nice for yourself today. You know. That's why I love talking to people pleasers, because it's a problem that you can get through using the logic that you already have. It doesn't require some sort of drastic change in your worldview. You just have to round out the equation. All right, we got some more questions up. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, we do have a presentation later that we'll get to. We're doing attachment styles today. Attachment styles is one of those like psychological therapy speak type buzzwords that you see more commonly these days. You'll see people putting their attachment styles in their dating profiles and stuff. I was watching an episode of I don't remember what it was, some reality TV dating show, and they were talking about their attachment styles. I'm like, okay. So that's what we're gonna do later. We're gonna get into it with those. But we got a couple questions first, so let's do it. Hi, chat and Joshua. Oh, hello. I've been gone for a bit and just want to give a little update. I've been doing therapy and working with my doctor to get off my antidepressant. That was always the goal when I got on it, to be able to get stable and learn ways to work through my trauma so I didn't need the medication. You know, I personally feel like that is a proper goal for people who take stuff like antidepressants. You know, because we know that cognitive restructuring works. We know that therapy works, and, you know, you can train your brain to work better so that you don't need the, you know, you don't need the little training wheels. But the thing about antidepressants, you know, is they kind of have a compressing effect. It's like the highs are less high and the lows are less low. And so it can have you feeling, comfortably numb, just kind of in that middle space. You might notice that life just doesn't feel as spicy or exciting. And it does feel nice to kind of have a better working relationship with your brain. I still have some work to go, but I'm about a month totally off Zoloft and feeling great with my new skills and being able to deal with / work through CPTSD. This space was a big part of the beginning of my journey, and I will always be grateful for you all. Sugar961. Aww. You're welcome. That'll be $5,000, please. But for you, since I'm feeling generous today, we'll call it free. Now that's a good deal. What are some things I can do to reduce hallucinations from schizophrenia? I've been taking meds, but it doesn't feel enough. Is there any other way? All right. The thing about schizophrenia and hallucinations is that they can often be worsened by stress. So if you have things in your life that are causing you stress, maybe work on making some changes and moving some stuff around and just trying to find more peace and comfort in your daily routine. That can help to reduce hallucinations kind of more consistently across the board, because as we said, they are worsened by stress. Number 2, you're going to want to talk to your doctor about this, but there are different types of medications that work better for specific symptoms of schizophrenia. There are certain types of medications that work better for hallucinations. There are other types that might work better for some of the, other symptoms of schizophrenia, some of the negative symptoms, like mental sluggishness and disordered thinking. So, also, if you are noticing some benefit from your current medication, maybe talk to your doctor about just going up to the next step or trying that plus something else and seeing if maybe a combination can do the trick. Also, make sure you're getting good sleep. Make sure you're getting good sleep, because when you don't have enough sleep, it definitely makes your hallucinations go way up. Even a person without schizophrenia, you go 24 or longer hours without sleeping, you will start to hallucinate. So, making sure you have good restful sleep is another really important part of that. Also, if you're interested in therapy, they do therapy that's related to improving a person's response to their symptoms of psychosis. One such example would be CBTP, which is cognitive behavioral therapy for psychosis. Because in some people, I'll say, so just going back to stress real quick and how stress can really worsen the hallucinations that you experience from psychosis and schizophrenia. By learning psychological techniques that can help you to feel less stressed by the hallucinations themselves, that can also help to loosen their grip on you. So I would say look at it from every possible angle. Look at it from the physical aspects. Am I eating well? Am I getting enough sleep? Am I getting a healthy amount of exercise? Am I spending time with friends? Am I trying to maintain healthy social connections? Am I taking medication? Am I doing therapy? Am I practicing the techniques? If you address it from every angle, your prognosis looks way better than if you're just trying to address it from one specific angle. Lack of sleep has been messing me up recently. It's so important. It's so common to have symptoms of hallucinations or even psychosis when you're sleep deprived. Many people here have probably even heard of somebody or known somebody who was yeah, they were just having a really hard time. They were just really going through it. They were awake for 3 days straight, and they ended up needing to go to the hospital and getting admitted for 3 days. I feel like most of you will know somebody or know somebody who knows somebody that something like that's happened to. Stress from work, stress over bills, stress over something, and they couldn't sleep, and they were trying to, get too much done, and there was too much on their mind, and they just kind of went over the edge a little bit. It happens more commonly than you'll think. Are there any studies about the effects of meditation on schizophrenia, or maybe some anecdotal evidence? Okay. I've heard conflicting things about it. If you do it in a way that's structured and guided, and you have supports and people that you can, help to keep you grounded, it could be helpful. But if you just kind of go off and do it on your own, and you don't have that regulation or that oversight, you do run the risk of actually going deeper into your symptoms. That's the thing about meditation, is that when you really commit yourself to it, it can create some pretty profound changes in your brain, good or bad. And so you just want to make sure that, I'm familiarizing myself with healthy methods, and I've got good coping strategies, and I've got people that I can, research from or learn from and feel supported by. That makes so much sense, as usual. While we're on the topic, there is something, there's a type of yoga practice. It's called Kundalini yoga. And it's a very meditative form of yoga. And part of what can happen to a person when they're practicing Kundalini yoga is they may experience symptoms that are similar to a psychotic episode. This is from the National Library of Medicine. Awakening of Kundalini chakras presenting as psychosis. From yoga. Okay, well, a lot of what goes into Kundalini yoga is you're activating parts of your nervous system that you're not normally consciously able to activate or control. And that level of nerve stimulation can be overwhelming, disorienting. It can trigger, all sorts of unique and bizarre effects within a person. And if done recklessly, this is the stuff, like, if you want to try this, you need to make sure you have somebody experienced who can help guide you through it. This is like learning how to operate heavy machinery. It's like you want to make sure you're doing it carefully. Sounds fun. I stumbled upon it by accident, and then I found out that there was a name for it. I was meditating on my nerve awareness. I was trying to increase the level of awareness that I had in different parts of my body through meditation, and that's basically what Kundalini Yoga is. So this person in this case report, it was a 19-year-old college student who was practicing yoga and meditation of different forms. And they felt this like energy awakening within them, and it kind of has this otherworldly feeling to it. A lot of what this has to do with is activation of the vagal nerve system. Which is this massive nerve bundle that is primarily located down in your gut, down in your root there. And this is a part of your sympathetic or parasympathetic nervous system. It's a part of your autonomic nervous system, so you don't normally have control over it. But when you start tapping into these powerful nerve clusters, it can be pretty far out. So anyway, yoga is more than just like stretching and mats and foam rollers and stuff. There's some pretty deep and profound practices that people will do as a part of yoga. The vagus nerve causes me to black out occasionally, according to a doctor I saw once. No, see, the vagus nerve is no joke. The vagus nerve does all sorts of really important things in your body. Like if you are sick and it needs to like evacuate, upwards, it's like, that's what does it. Like that's what controls those like involuntary but very powerful like muscle contractions. Not to be confused with the vagus nerve. Yeah, that's the one that pulls the slot machine and rolls the dice. It did that to me when I was in labor. Yep, it'll get activated during that too. It's a very powerful nerve system. If you've ever been like very sick and you've just been like puking your guts out, it's like, yep, you can thank the vagal nerve for that. On the topic of people pleasing, for those of us who often feel like they are perpetually needing to reaffirm friendships and feel like they are useful and that's what makes them a good friend, how do you move past that even if you somewhat understand you are being silly? Can I answer this question in a halfway silly way? Okay. Some of you are going to think that I'm silly with this one. And that's fine. One of the things that I would encourage a person to do, if they're trying to feel the love that their friends are sending them or their friends have for them, try to do it outside of words. Try to feel it on a level that goes deeper than words. Try to feel it in your physical body. Put your hand over your heart, just try to close your eyes and just try to feel that love that they feel for you. Just try to let it in. You can try it right now. You don't even have to be in the physical proximity of these people. All you have to do is just take your hand, put it over your heart, and just try to feel the love that other people have for you. I'll send some your way too, so be on the lookout for it. Make sure your antenna's on. There are some things that it's easier to feel than it is to talk through or to make sense of using words. And sometimes when it comes down to feelings like this, the best thing to do is not to try to convince yourself or, work through it using words, but to actually just sit there, be open to it, be aware of it, and just try to actively feel that feeling. All right, you guys want to get a little woo-woo? You want to get a little woo-woo? We're just going to get a little bit woo-woo, okay? So if you're a scientist, take off your lab coat, step away from the microscope. We're gonna put on our tinfoil hats. We're just gonna get a little woo-woo here for a second. Your heart creates its own electromagnetic field. The electromagnetic field that your heart produces is stronger than any other electromagnetic field that is made in your body. And it kind of forms this, is this a toroid? I forget the word for it. The magnetic field, a little bubble around you. Now let's just think outside the box for a minute. What if we could pick up on these types of energetic impressions in ways that we don't fully understand? Have you ever been around people that love you? Have you ever been around people where the vibes were just off? It's like you could feel something in the air. Have you ever felt something like on a gut level or like in an internal physical level, like the vibes just weren't off? Or the vibes were good? The vibes were bad? So the actual electromagnetic field part isn't woo-woo. Like, this is actual science. Like, if you had a device, you could measure this. You pick it up on an EKG. You measure the electricity of the heart. But just think about what happens when your little bubble overlaps with the bubble of somebody that you really care about. In what sort of ways do you feel it? Is it all just words, or do you feel it on some sort of deeper level? That's all I'm thinking about. You know? All that I know is that in this universe, there are things that exist outside of our sensory awareness. There are colors we can't see, smells we can't smell. Maybe we can communicate with each other in ways that we're not fully aware of. Who knows? Either way, just think about, what type of bubble are you making? What type of energy am I putting out there? And what type of energy do I want to allow in? Reminds me of a practice that my therapist gave me to help calm down while anxious or during panic attacks. Oh yeah, focusing on like your aura, that protective energy around you or around your heart. It's a good way to navigate a anxious moment. It's fascinating. I love that. See, I think it's cool. You know, like obviously there's a little bit where it's like, okay, like we're starting to enter like crystals and you know we're getting into the, you know, a little woo woo, but I think it's nice to think. It's like I like to think that when I'm near somebody that I love, that, you know, my body is communicating that in ways outside of just words. You know, and maybe their body's able to pick up and receive that as well. You know? I just want to make people happy. Don't forget, you're people too. It's not woo-woo, it's true. Yeah, but by calling it woo-woo, I have a better chance of getting scientifically minded people open to thinking about those types of things. That's the trick when working with scientifically minded people. You just have to be skeptical. And I understand this because for, my entire life I've tried to approach things with the mind of a scientist. I didn't find faith until I was in my 30s. You know? Can stress cause dizziness? Can stress cause dizziness? I get so dizzy when I am overwhelmed. Oh yeah, it can. The thing about stress is that it can cause so many different types of symptoms. If you just think of a symptom and like, could that potentially be caused by stress? Yes. I feel nauseous. Stress. Oh, I feel restless. Stress. I feel too tired. I'm sleeping too much. Stress. I'm eating too much. Stress. I'm not eating enough. Stress. You know, when we talked about what to do about being overwhelmed yesterday, we kind of talked about some of the different ways it can affect you. And it can kind of trigger a shutdown moment in your body. You know, it might literally make you feel like dizzy, tired, I need to lay down, I need to take a moment. And it's kind of like a protective measure that your brain will do. You know, it's kind of like a blue screen. It's like, all right, we just need to shut down here before we overheat. Prolonged stress seems more like a modern problem because of technology and how busy our lives are. Yeah. Stress is probably one of the top causes of death. You know, like even if you look at the different types of like medical conditions, or it's like a lot of it ties back to stress. It's like, oh, they had heart problems. Well, that hypertension, that high blood pressure, you know, how much of stress was a contributing factor? It's like, well, they also smoked cigarettes. Well, they probably smoked them because they were stressed. Or, well, maybe they were doing a lot of drinking. It's like, well, why do you think they were drinking? You know, stress is the thing that you can kind of trace a lot of things back to. It's the root cause of a lot of pain and suffering in the world. But oddly enough, a little bit of it can be a good thing. A little bit of it, a healthy amount of it, can get you moving. It can get you going. It can get stuff done. So we want to try to have a healthy working relationship with stress. Trying to avoid stress by partaking in vices. It's true, and the thing is that it always just ends up making the stress worse. You know? The thing about stress is that avoiding it doesn't make it go away. It just allows it to fester. It's like, well, I don't want to clean that thing behind the thing. It's like, well, then it's just gonna grow mold. It's just gonna get nasty. It's just gonna get worse. I'm trying to get over my stage fright / perfectionism. I just want to say something. Even typing this up, even putting this out there, you know, submitting it in the box, that's you doing that. You gotta keep in mind, there's a lot of people that would want to ask questions like this, but have a hard time even getting that far, so you're on the right path. I've been experimenting with streaming at the library. I think I've found a minimalistic setup that my laptop and Wi-Fi connection can handle. The problem is that I'm constantly revising what I want to produce, never testing. I need to just hit that go live button and send some test streams where I figure out what I can and can't do. Yep, that's the thing. You gotta hit that go live button. This stream feels like an acid trip. Mission accomplished. Good. Good. Got what we were looking for. Sometimes all you gotta do is just hit that go live button. The hardest part of being a streamer is just hitting that go live button. You You know, you can think and plan and prepare forever because you're kind of working on your own schedule. You know, it's not like a regular job where you have to be there at a specific time or else there's consequences. I mean, there are consequences, but still. I trip sat some of my college buddies when they did pure lab-made LSD. That was fun, LOL. It'd be nice if, you know, still had pure lab-made LSD like in the good old days. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but there was a period in time where the United States government purchased a very large quantity of LSD from the Swiss, I think it was. The guy who discovered it, Albert Hofmann, he was a Swiss chemist. Anyway, back to the question. You have any suggestions for getting through that crucial moment where I'm combating thoughts like, I waited too long in the day, it doesn't make sense to do this now, if my metrics aren't good enough, I'm just spinning my wheels, let's not even try today because X isn't ready, I'm too stressed out from X thing that happened earlier, I deserve to rest. I'm just really good at inventing reasons for not executing what I know I need to do. I think this is all connected to my problems with general social anxiety, but I'm struggling to address it. I appreciate any insight. Thank you. Alright. Reclaw, how comfortable are you with practicing a little bit of IFS? Let's try to do a little bit of internal compartmentalization. We're going to recognize that these types of thoughts are coming from a specific part of us rather than some sort of unanimous consensus within us. And so what we want to try to do is identify the contrary voices to these existing thoughts. You know, if I'm having the thought, I waited too long in the day, it doesn't make sense to do this now, what would the opposite argument for that be? Better late than never. You know, there's people watching 24/7, so no matter when I go live, there's gonna be, you know. What you want to do is you want to identify your existing thought, recognize that this only belongs to a part of me, not entire me, and that's why I'm having this internal disagreement. So I need to give a voice to that other side. You want to know something really wonky? Alright, this is going to get a little trippy, so follow me here for a minute. Do you ever wonder why sometimes you have a hard time putting into words certain ideas? Well, certain parts of your brain aren't parts of your brain that use words. There are only certain parts of your brain that recognize what words mean. That's not a universal ability within your brain. And so if you're having thoughts that are existing in a certain part of your brain, but it's not interconnected with the part of your brain that could actually translate it into words and give it meaning, then it might not be able to be put into words. But you can connect those parts of your brain. You can learn how to put it into words. You can strengthen that bridge so that you can open up to new ideas, new viewpoints. You can better understand your own internal disagreements. So, if you ever have thoughts that feel really present, really demanding within your brain, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a thought that I really, truly, genuinely believe. This could just be a thought that's really ingrained with the part of my brain that converts thoughts into words. This idea, this thought, this belief, it just has a really loud voice. That's it. Doesn't make it any more or less true than any of my other thoughts or beliefs. This one's just very loud. That's it. And loudness does not equate to trueness. I believe extremely creative artists are able to capture those thoughts and express them in their art. It's true, but they're not the only ones that can do it. Anybody can learn how to do it. It just takes your brain a little bit of time to form a new pathway. And if you're trying to connect different parts of your brain, you just need to give it the time it needs to make that happen. You want to know something else that's kind of funny? If you want to speed that process along, you do it by thinking about it. You think about the two parts of your brain that you're trying to connect. I'm trying to connect the part of me that is aware that I'm here right now, that I'm just hanging out, it's a Wednesday, it's a couple days till the 4th of July. I'm trying to connect that part of my brain to the part of my brain that produces feelings of joy and happiness and contentment and peace. You sit there and you think about it. That's doing it. You can change the internal structures of your brain just by thinking about changing them. Now, if that isn't some of the coolest shit, then I don't know what to tell you. If you don't mind, I'm going to take one of these spicy dill pickle chips. I used to love pottery in high school. How about I love pottery? Let's drop some of those terms and conditions off of our love, shall we? Let's let it be a little more free. But no, you think about it, people are always saying stuff like, oh, I used to love this. Oh, I used to love this. I loved this at this point in time. I'm like, well, what happened to it? Do you not still love it? Is that love not still there? Is it not still accessible? So if you recognize yourself thinking things like, I used to love this at this point in time, why do we put those conditions on it? Why do we have to limit it in such a way? Can that not be true about ourselves today? I love pottery then, I love pottery now. I haven't lost that love, it hasn't gone anywhere. I just put a fence around it. Thank you for the suggestions. I'm going to focus on identifying the contrary voices to my negative thoughts and connecting those two parts of the brain. Hell yeah, Reclaw. That's what we call doing the work. I pushed it down the stack for other things that I love more now, I guess. Ah. See, here's another thing for you. Can you run out of love? Do we have to ration our love? I don't think we do. Just try giving as much love as you can, and guess what? You'll find that you still have more to give. But the thing about love is that we feel like I've only got so much to give. I've got to protect my supply. I've got to ration it. I gotta put it in little boxes, I gotta label it, I gotta store it away, I gotta put it in a safe. If you let your love go freely, it'll grow like a weed. All right, everybody, it's time. Time for attachment styles. Just real quick chat. Who here has heard of this before? Yes or no? Are you familiar with attachment styles? And I ask that because attachment styles are one of those therapy speak phrases that has kind of entered, the common speech, like stuff like, gaslighting and projection. It's one of those terms that we are using more in regular conversation. And so a lot more people know about them, especially people who haven't, studied psychology. Lots of yeses. All right. Yes. Okay. See, this one's pretty commonly known. You see people putting their attachment styles in their dating profiles now, So let's talk about them. Let's talk about them, and maybe we can resolve any confusion or lingering questions or uncertainties about attachment style. Shall we? Alright, so without further ado, this is everything you need to know about attachment styles. Ollie. Hey Ollie, how's it going? All right. So, what are attachment styles? In case you never heard of them before, attachment styles, they're kind of like an internal blueprint for how we relate to others, especially in our close relationships. When it comes to making and forming relationships, there are different ways that we can respond and feel in our attachment to other people. And there are a different arrangement of styles, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. These styles, they form pretty early on in our life. For most of us, they're formed by the time we're children, and even then, still pretty early on in life. Think about, kindergarten age, or preschool age even, because a lot of these types of things will start to show up around that time period. You're able to walk and talk and... All right. So the way that they are formed is based on what type of experiences we have with the people who are responsible for taking care of us. Did they meet our needs? Did they take care of us? What about our emotional needs? Were those met? Were they not met? And so the way that the people who are supposed to care for us when we're little, that sets the standard for how we make and form relationships with other people. There are 4 main styles when it comes to attachment. There is secure attachment. There is anxious attachment. avoidant attachment, and disorganized attachment. And we're going to get into all those, so don't you worry. Disorganized attachment is also known as anxious avoidant attachment because it's kind of a combination of those two. So you can remember that for the future. And so while these are things that are taught to us early on in life, these develop when we're kids, they continue to influence our relationships throughout our lives. How we connect to people, whether it be our family, our friends, our coworkers, our loved ones. They're shaping our relationships, romantic, familial, friendly. Some of you here are probably familiar with your attachment style. They have all sorts of online quizzes you can do to find out what your attachment style is. Some of them they make you try to pay. So let's get into a little more about how attachment styles are formed. When we're young, attachment is actually necessary in order for us to survive. We're babies. What are we supposed to do? We don't know how to cook. And so as infants, we depend on caregivers. They need to meet our basic needs and our emotional needs. If those caregivers are consistent, responsive, and attuned to our needs, what does that teach us about the world? It shows us that the world is safe and that relationships can be trusted. On the contrary, if caregiving is inconsistent, neglectful, or frightening, what does that teach the child? It may teach them that relationships are difficult, relationships are challenging, relationships are dangerous or scary. And so they may develop these coping mechanisms that form insecure attachment patterns. Those early life relationships really do set the template for how we expect relationships to work later in life. But thankfully, you can all stop and take a breather real quick and just remind yourself the world is not your parents. Whew. Doesn't that feel good? Just let that one go. See, now that's one of those things that might feel like it goes without saying, but sometimes it's still nice to remind yourself of it anyway. Because remember, the part of your brain that converts ideas into words might be a different part of the brain that actually is feeling that emotion that you're dealing with, and so sometimes putting things into words actually helps you to process things in a different way than just thinking about it. You're applying a different part of your brain to help you solve the problem. And so putting things into words, even if they feel obvious, can sometimes feel silly, but it's still helpful because it's helping you to rewire your brain. And so sometimes it's nice to remind yourself of these types of things, like the people of the world are not my parents. That's why positive affirmations are so helpful in rewiring your brain. You want your brain to work more positively at a baseline, you gotta train it to do so. Alright, let's keep it going. How do our attachment styles manifest in our daily life? Well, they can influence us in all sorts of ways. They influence our communication patterns. What do we mean when we say communication patterns? Not just how I talk to people, but how I interpret what they're saying to me. You know, when somebody says something nice to me, do I interpret it as, well, that was nice of them. That makes me feel good. They must really like me. Or do I interpret it as, what are they trying to get out of me? They're just trying to get close to me so they can betray me. So remember, communication is all about giving and receiving. It's not just about how we communicate, but how we receive what other people are trying to communicate to us. And attachment styles play a big role in how that works. It also influences our ability to resolve conflict. You know, think about that. Who gives you the first examples of how conflict should be resolved? Think back to when you're a kid. How did your parents resolve conflict? Did they just yell at each other and then storm out of the room and slam the door and then just not talk about it for hours and then just, you know, give each other silent treatment? Did they sit down and talk about it and work through it? Were they uplifting? Were they insulting? Now here's the thing. Now this is something I want you to remember. Just because your parents didn't teach you what you should do does not mean that you did not learn something from them. Sometimes learning what not to do can actually be more helpful than learning what to do. Because when you learn what not to do, it's a bit of a deeper lesson than just learning what to do. You know what I mean? You actually get to see and experience the repercussions of not doing that thing. Our attachment style also plays a big role in our ability to feel intimate and vulnerable. You gotta let your guard down. If you're gonna be intimate or vulnerable, you gotta let your guard down, and if you feel guarded around other people, that can make that difficult. It also interferes with our expectations of others. You know, if I fear that somebody is mad at me, what do I expect that they're gonna do? Are they gonna scream and yell at me and call me names like my caregivers did? Are they gonna be kind and patient and listen to me? It's important to remember that when we're under stress, even people with secure attachment styles can temporarily shift towards these anxious or avoidant behaviors. When you're thinking about your attachment style, it's all about becoming more secure, less anxious, less avoidant, and more secure. And so your attachment style isn't something that's locked in. It's not like your blood type, your eye color. This is something that you can change. I always think people are mad at me, like everyone. This is why I've adopted a policy. I don't believe that anyone's mad at me unless they actually tell me that they're mad at me. If they actually are mad at me, I trust that they will be able to tell me that. I don't need to just assume. Because if I assume that everybody's mad at me, then I'm going to be wrong like 99% of the time. But if I just assume that people aren't mad at me unless they actually say something, then I'm only wrong maybe like 5% of the time. I'm playing the numbers. I think I've got 2 secure attachments in my life, and they're my best friends IRL. I feel bad because I haven't called one of them in 2 months. Well, I know what you're doing later. Another thing that's interesting about attachment styles is that it can set a dynamic for a relationship. Oftentimes people in relationships have a way of finding each other if they have certain attachment styles. Because sometimes these types of attachment styles can make up for each other's differences. You know, my strengths cover your weaknesses and we kind of balance each other out. And so these types of pairings are common, but they can also be very volatile. So, can attachment styles change? What do you think? Can attachment styles change? Yes, you're right. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Attachment styles can change. Your attachment style is not fixed. It's actually something that evolves over time. Even if you have like a primarily anxious or avoidant or disorganized attachment style, it might still be more secure than it was 5 years ago. Now, these are things that are always evolving, always changing, and what we're trying to work towards is a more secure attachment style. Not a perfectly secure attachment style, because we don't want to let perfect get in the way of good. Nope, your attachment styles can change, and the way that that happens is through consistent, safe relationships. Consistency is key, and feeling safe is essential. So if you have consistent, safe relationships, that is a great way to strengthen your attachment. Another really important part of changing this is self-reflection. You know, looking inwards, being emotionally aware. You know, what sort of beliefs am I holding on to? What sort of fears or insecurities might I be projecting onto people? Yes, but it takes work. Anything worth doing takes work, my friend. This is the type of work you want to be doing. This is the good work. Therapy can be really helpful, especially if trauma-informed therapy or people who are familiar with attachment-based treatment methods and modalities. And I say trauma-informed because, and we're going to get into this here in a minute, but when we were talking about how certain types of attachment styles are formed, there can be a trauma component involved. You know, early life like adverse childhood experiences. Those can definitely influence your ability to attach. Playing an active role in practicing these new patterns. Like we talked about before, just doing it actively, thinking about it, being aware of it, continuing to practice, building that bridge. And again, the goal is not to become perfect. The goal is to become more secure, more self-aware, and more flexible in how we relate to others. Right. So let's go through the different attachment styles. Let's start off with secure attachment. Secure attachment, this is the type that forms when you have caregivers who are emotionally available, they are consistent, and they are supportive. This is also what you want to try to work towards if you feel like you have an insecure attachment style. Some of the features of secure attachment include comfort with intimacy and independence. You're okay stepping out of your comfort zone. You're okay with being a bit more vulnerable. You let people in. You're not worried that they're going to hurt you. Never known a secure attachment in my life. That's what we're working towards. We're getting there. Solidarity is all about. Brimsman, thank you for the Prime sub. Another trait of secure attachment is the ability to express emotions and needs directly. You know, you don't have to be passive aggressive. You don't have to drop hints. You know, you can talk about it and you can say, you know what, I'm feeling this way right now, or I need some space right now. You know, you can use that communication to achieve your goals. A person with secure attachment has trust in others, and they also have an expectation to be treated well. You know, these are my friends. They care about me. They will treat me well. I don't need to be fearful or concerned about how they'll respond to my presence. I don't need to worry that they secretly don't like me. They invite me to all their parties, but they must secretly hate me. You know, it makes a lot of sense. One more thing is that they can set healthy boundaries without fear of rejection. Can comfortably say no to people. I'm not afraid that people are going to leave if I don't always tell them yes. Also, in relationships, people who have secure attachment tend to handle conflict well. And they also tend to recover from arguments more easily. Doesn't mean that you don't have conflict, doesn't mean that you don't have arguments. It just means that it's not gonna ruin your whole day or ruin your whole week. You know, you're able to work through it, come to a resolution, move past it. Wow, this seems healthy. This is what we're working towards, okay? This is what we're working towards. And anybody here can work towards this. Nobody is exempt from this. Your attachment style is not set in stone. So this is what we're all working towards, because nobody has a perfectly secure attachment style, right? We can only develop a more secure attachment style. And this is how you do it. Once again, I wish I heard this in my 20s. I was still in school. I was out there learning this stuff. How could you have heard it? I was still learning it. All right, let's talk about anxious attachment. Where are my anxious attachers at? Actually, you might not know. We're going to go through the remaining attachment styles, and you might find some that you identify with. You know, there's also like quizzes you can take online, but I feel like you can also just kind of get a reading of what it is and then kind of be like, okay, yeah, that's me, or that's not me. So, coming up, you have anxious, you have avoidant, and then you have disorganized, which is kind of a combination of the two. It's also referred to as anxious avoidant. So, we're going to start with just anxious. Anxious attachment. This is often the result of inconsistent caregiving. Sometimes your caregiver's nurturing, sometimes they're emotionally unavailable. Like, hey, I got you McDonald's. Oh, I'm too tired to cook. Go find something in the, go fix yourself something. Hey, how was school? It's great to see you. I love you so much. Oh, not now. I'm exhausted. Talk to me later. Go find something. Go bother your sister. And so the anxiety stems from, I'm not sure what I'm going to get. I'm not sure what I'm going to get. Am I going to get what I need, or am I going to have my needs dismissed? And that creates anxiety. Inconsistency and unpredictability is a major driving force of anxiety. Here are some traits of anxious attachment. A deep fear of abandonment and being unwanted. A person with anxious attachment may also become overly preoccupied with their relationships. They might be worried that the person will leave if they don't remain in constant contact, or if they say no, or if they, if I have to keep up, I have to do it. I'm always worried about what they're thinking about me. I gotta ask them, like, hey, are you mad at me? Or like, oh, I texted you, but it took you 5 minutes to text me back. It's like, oh, are you mad at me? It's like, no, I was just taking a shit. So you might become a little bit preoccupied. You might be looking at things a little too closely. If anxious is you're looking too closely at things, and avoidant, I guess, would be you're standing too far away from things. And then anxious, avoidant, or disorganized would be you switch between the two. You switch between the binoculars and the magnifying glass. A person with anxious attachment craves closeness. They crave validation. But they often have a struggle with feeling reassured. I can tell you I love you. I can tell you I care about you. I can tell you I'm not mad at you. I can give you a little pat on the head. But you often have a hard time taking in that feeling. The reassurance is there, but you're not receiving it. Because there's always that, well, what if? Well, what's going to happen next time? Or this isn't going to last forever. Or, I'm not sure what I'm going to get. My advice for you here, take it as it is in the moment. If the love and the validation and the closeness exist in that moment, that's all that matters. You can't take that from you. person with anxious attachment is often sensitive to perceived rejection. Notice the key word here is perceived rejection. You might not actually be rejected. You simply perceive yourself as being rejected. As a result, they may often seek constant contact. They need that reassurance. Oftentimes, these individuals might appear clingy, but underneath, they are simply a person with a strong desire to feel safe and loved. So if you're working on strengthening an anxious attachment style, remind yourself as often as you need to that you are safe and that you are loved. Because that's where the true desire is. And we want to affirm those feelings. So I encourage you to just take a moment to just say it to yourself. You can say it out loud. You can whisper it to yourself. You can write it down if you want to. I am safe. I am loved. What you'll notice is that when you do that, you might actually start to feel those feelings. Safety, love. What happens if you do it again? Say it again, write it again, think it again. The feeling gets a little stronger. What you are doing in that moment is you are witnessing that new connection being formed in your brain. You are producing that feeling, and you are strengthening that connection. You are strengthening that feeling. With every repetition, the connection gets stronger. Maybe write it on a little sticky note. Put it somewhere where you can see it. All right, that's anxious attachment. Any questions about anxious attachment before we move on to avoidant attachment? Still letting it sink in. That's all you gotta do. But I appreciate the way that you said that. I am letting it sink in. A lot of what we are trying to overcome when it comes to changing our minds, rewiring our brains, is our own internal resistance. I don't deserve to feel that way. I don't deserve love or happiness. That can't be possible. That can't be true. We're going against all of this conditioning, and we're trying to change these old, outdated beliefs. All you gotta do is just let it happen. Just surrender to those feelings. Allow yourself to just open up. Let the love in. I have a hard time not seeing attachment styles as the good one and the two bad ones. The way I view it, Pork Tree, is there is what we're all working towards, and then there's everybody else. You know, I feel like secure attachment is something that we're all working to do. We're all trying to be more secure because we're going against a lot of our own, you know, our own human programming. You know, we're overly sensitive to rejection. We feel a high amount of social pain. You know, there's a lot that we're trying to, you know, overcome. That's just a part of being human. We're all trying to be more self-assured, more self-confident, more secure, and that's something that we're all working towards. What happens if an anxious attacher gets in a relationship with an avoidant? Well, let's talk about avoidant first so that we're more familiar with what exactly that is. But in general, to answer your question, they kind of cover each other's gaps. It's not to say that this type of relationship couldn't work, but I feel like you could do a lot to support each other to be more secure, you know, from different sides of the equation. Anyway, let's get into avoidant attachment. Where are my avoidants at? Avoidant attachment. This often develops when a person has a caregiver that is emotionally distant, overly critical, or they encourage too much self-reliance. You know, maybe you had to learn how to take care of yourself at a young age. You know, maybe you had to learn how to be self-sufficient. Maybe they kicked you out of the house when you were 18 or something. Alright, so here are some traits of avoidant attachment. A person with avoidant attachment might view things such as intimacy and closeness as a loss of independence. A person with avoidant attachment oftentimes has to be very independent and, you know, able to take care of themselves on their own without depending on anyone else. And as a result of this, they might start to develop a bit of hyper-independence. And so now closeness and intimacy takes away from my independence. And so it's viewed as a loss rather than as a benefit. A person with avoidant attachment also can often struggle to properly express themselves, whether it comes to talking about how they feel or asking for help for something. Not even just in relation to emotions, but like they're trying to move, you know, they're trying to lift a couch, they're trying to, you know, do something that they need help. Like, oh, I need to reach up on top of that shelf. It's like, do I ask somebody who's taller than me? Or do I go find something to stand on and climb up there on my own? A person with avoidant attachment often feels like I have to do this on my own because I've had to do everything on my own. I've learned that I cannot depend on other people. It's so interesting that they feel anxiety so differently, but they're still anxious deep down. That's the interesting thing about anxiety, is that it can manifest in completely opposite ways. Same goes for depression. You know, you'll see symptoms that are the complete opposite of each other. Sleeping too much, not sleeping at all. eating too much, not eating at all, racing thoughts, sluggish, slow-moving brain fog. A person with avoidant attachment tends to prefer to keep people at a distance, specifically and especially during times of stress. You know, they have a hard time letting their walls down and letting people close. As a result, they may often come across as aloof or emotionally unavailable. So they project this image that they are unbothered or unconcerned with something, but in reality, deep down, they are. So, you know, they're not acting in such a way that is serving to their actual emotions. Rather, they are relying on these coping mechanisms that they've developed in order to take care of themselves. Learned so much in here while lurking most days. Oh, thank you. Yeah, attachment theories, like, technically this is all a theory because, and it's because the rules don't apply consistently to everybody. Some people have really, like, terrible upbringings, but then they end up developing secure attachment styles anyway. And so it's like, there's always the unknown factor, a person's individual resilience, a person's coping strategies. But I feel like it's definitely highly relatable. A lot of people can identify with it, and it makes a lot of sense. The way that you're treated by your caregivers, it really does set the template for how you expect other people to treat you later in life. I was mostly anxious growing up, and I'm mostly avoidant these days, but it's been mixed the whole time. Well, then the next slide is probably going to really resonate with a lot of people because disorganized attachment is the combo. We talked about anxious, we've talked about avoidant. Well, next we're going to mix them. But lastly, with avoidant, these people often value control over vulnerability. They don't want to feel vulnerable. They want to maintain control. They don't view vulnerability and intimacy and closeness as a strength, which it is. That's how you grow closer to people. That's how you let love in. What's more important is predictability, maneuverability. I can plan and prepare. I can maintain a sense of control. Can multiple things from your presentations apply to one person? Yep. People are complicated. Probably a dumb question, but I'm very dumb. Not any dumber than me. I feel like I'm 45% anxious, 40% avoidant, and 15% secure. Now that is a thorough self-inventory. Now that you know what you're working with, you know where you're at, and you know where you're trying to go. Recognizing and understanding your attachment style is not a weakness, it's a strength. You know, if you have an insecure attachment style, and wouldn't you want to make it more secure? The only way to be more secure is to be aware of your insecurities so that you can do something about them. But oftentimes what we do with our insecurities is try to forget that they exist. That does nothing to strengthen them. More often than not, it ends up just making them worse. Why is it called avoidant attachment versus detached? Because they still want connection. They still want connection, even though they often have convinced themselves that they don't want connection. They still need it, and they still find it in different areas of their life, because it's still creating, discomfort because they don't have it. And so it's something that they want and it's something that they need, but it's something that they feel like they don't want because they associate connection and attachment with disappointment or pain. So let's go with disorganized attachment. Maybe you identified a little bit with both. Maybe you identified a little bit with the anxious, a little bit with the avoidant, and I would say, hey, that's probably normal. I would say it's probably much more normal to have a little bit of both than just one. Does that make sense? I don't want you to feel like you're somehow more messed up because you've got a little bit of both. Because that's probably normal to have a little bit of both, rather than just purely one form of attachment. And so when you look at these attachment styles, try to do it more like Walla Walla did. Walla Walla kind of broke it down into, I feel like I'm about 45% this one, about 40% this one, about 15% this one. That's probably more reflective of how people actually are than just, I'm 100% this attachment style. So let's talk about disorganized attachment. It's also referred to as anxious avoidant attachment because it's a bit of a combination between those two types that we just talked about. We get disorganized attachment in situations where a caregiver is a source of both comfort and fear. You're not sure which parent you're going to get today. Am I going to get nice mom? Am I going to get mean mom? This is often common in cases of abuse, neglect, or trauma, which, as remember we mentioned earlier, we want trauma-informed therapists, because attachment issues very often tie back to adverse childhood experiences, early life traumas. Inconsistency can be really disrupting to our development, especially when it comes to our relationship with our caregivers. Are they going to be nice to me? Are they going to give me a pat on the head? Are they going to give me a piece of candy? Or are they going to smack me and, send me to my room? Am I going to get dinner? Am I not going to get dinner? Do I get to go play? Do I not get to play? And it oftentimes has absolutely nothing with how the child behaves. It's just like, what mood is the parent in that day? And so the child isn't learning much about how my behaviors influence my parent. My parent is just unpredictable. Teaches your nervous system to be on alert so much more often as you develop. Yep, you get stuck in flight or fight mode. Disorganized attachment is also a symptom of BPD. Now, you can have disorganized attachment and not have BPD, but it is something that you do see as a key feature of BPD. Here are some traits of disorganized attachment. Chaotic or unpredictable relationship behavior. Inconsistency creates chaos. When things are unpredictable and you're not sure how to react, you very often end up overreacting. You see this type of push-pull dynamic. A person that craves closeness, but at the same time fears it. I hate you, don't leave me. A person with disorganized attachment may commonly experience dissociation or emotional overload during emotionally intense moments. You know, it's kind of like your emotional knob is stuck at a high level. You know, there's a lot, things are very emotionally charged. You know, even things that might be completely innocuous, you know, there is this perceived intensity to things. You know, your roommate gets home and they enter the door and then they come in and they don't say hi to you. And it's like, oh no, I must have done something to upset them. And so next thing you know, you're like getting into it with them because you're like, hey, what's the matter? You mad at me or something? And they're like, what? No. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you came in, you didn't say hi to me, so clearly you must hate me. One of the key features with disorganized attachment, you often see a lot of unresolved trauma. And this unresolved trauma creates a difficulty in trusting other people. You know, if the people, just think about this for a minute. Think about this for a minute. Your caregivers, your parents, whoever it was that was supposed to take care of you and raise you and look after you when you were young, you were supposed to be able to trust them. And if you learned that I cannot trust these people, even the people who are responsible for looking after me, then who can I trust? If I can't trust them, then I can't really trust anybody. They may also feel a hard time having trust for themselves. The good news is that disorganized attachment can heal. But what we're looking for is we need to be able to connect with supports that are trauma-informed, whether that be support or therapy or whatever we're looking for. We want it to be trauma-informed. And what we need is safe relational experiences. We need to have those moments where we can be around people and we can practice those skills that we were talking about earlier. You know, reminding yourself, I am safe, I am loved, I'm having fun right now, people care about me. It's not just about having those experiences, it's also about affirming those experiences. That's what helps to really set them in, you know? So that's disorganized attachment, a little bit of both. Any questions about this before we slide into the next? It would be so powerful right now if I had watched this in my 20s. You in your 20s might not have been ready for it. Maybe you watched it right when you were ready for it. You know, you don't need to discredit the work that you can do today just because you didn't start working earlier. You know, maybe it would have been nice to do it sooner, but the next best time to do it is now. It reminds me of an ancient saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Alright, here's what you're looking for. Alrighty, here's what you're looking for. How do you strengthen your attachment style? This is something I firmly believe that anybody could benefit from. I've never met anybody with a perfectly secure attachment style. I feel like it's something that you can always work towards improving. Sugar Biscuit with the gifted sub. This next slide has been brought to you by a Sugar Biscuit. Alright, first things first, we need to be aware. We need to start paying attention. We need to notice our triggers. What is it that sets me off? What is it that upsets me or bothers me or makes me feel uncomfortable or vulnerable or unsafe or unloved or insecure? I need to know what my triggers are. And I want to start understanding my patterns in relationships. Now, what sort of patterns am I dealing with? Do I let people in too closely? Do I cling to people too tightly? Do I push and pull? Do I avoid? What are my patterns? Understanding and recognizing your patterns is the essential first step in changing those patterns. You gotta know where you're at in order to know where you gotta go. And I think a lot of you here today have a good understanding of what your triggers and patterns are. And you're ready to take it to the next level. So let's do it. Next up, you gotta feel it to heal it. You gotta feel it to heal it. We are learning how to regulate our emotions without suppressing them. We have to look within us and understand what our actual feelings and emotions are, because oftentimes what happens with insecure attachment is we are projecting our own insecurities onto other people. You know, it's my stress, it's my anxiety, it's my insecurity, but I'm putting it onto other people. They must be mad at me. They must hate me. They must not actually like me. Like, well, what about you? Do you like you? How do you feel about you? And so what we're learning to do here is we are learning how to regulate and feel our emotions without putting them on anybody else. My insecurities are my own responsibility. Can't we just suppress it and ignore it like a normal person? Yeah, and then you can keel over at the age of 55 when you're mowing your front lawn. Just like half the dads in this country. You known anybody who's done that? Have you known anybody who just went through life without ever talking about anything ever, and they just suppressed everything, and they never cried, and they never talked about it, and then they just died of a heart attack one day in their mid-50s or early 60s? I've known too many people that that's happened to. You gotta feel it to heal it. Honestly, if suppressing our emotions actually worked, we'd be in such a better position. As a species, as a society, as a planet. Like, God, you'd think that we would have learned by now just how damaging emotional suppression has been to us. Just look around you. Hey, my grandma lived to the ripe old age of 88. Thank you very much. She proved you can do anything if it's out of spite. When you've got nothing else to work with, I actually encourage people to utilize spite if they've got nothing else. You know, if you're at the very lowest point in your life and you feel like you've got nothing else going for you, spite can keep you going. You know, keep living so that you can outlive your enemies. Now, you don't want to solely exist driven by spite, because that can make you very lonely, very isolated, very miserable, but it can keep you going, and it can help you to get out of a hole. And so it has a time and a place, it has its use. Alright, a big part of what goes into learning how to regulate our emotions without suppressing them is to take a look at our old beliefs and to start challenging those old beliefs. So what sort of old beliefs are you dealing with? You know, maybe you've got a fear of abandonment, maybe you feel like you can't rely on anybody, maybe you feel like you don't deserve love. Those are the types of beliefs that we want to challenge. We want to stand up to those beliefs and say, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing in my brain? So take a moment and just think, what is an old belief that you're holding on to today that you are ready to challenge? We don't have to worry about challenging all of them right now, okay? Just pick one and start with that one. That's the good thing about working on things with your brain. You can do things one at a time. Just take a moment to think about it. If you'd like, you can share it with us in chat. If not, you know, just keep it to yourself. That's okay. But I just encourage you to think about, what is an old belief? Something that you feel like, you know what, this doesn't serve me anymore. I've outgrown this. I don't need this anymore. Maybe it's self-limiting, maybe it's self-defeating, whatever it may be. if it hurts to think about, that means you're headed in the right direction. Because a lot of these old beliefs are layers that we put on top of our pain. When we're able to get through these beliefs, we can get closer to that source of where our pain is really coming from. And when we do that, we're headed in the right direction. On the other side of that pain, there is love, there is freedom, there is contentment and peace. And so avoiding challenging these beliefs, avoiding resolving that pain, is what keeps you in pain. The only way out is through. A lot of what goes into insecure attachment is a difficulty with vulnerability. What we want to do if we're trying to strengthen our attachment style is practice vulnerability with safe, supportive people. Almost like what we're doing right here. I've learned not to think about those beliefs because I can't even talk about them to the people who taught me them. Doesn't mean you can't talk about them to somebody who is ready to talk about them. It's normal to feel a little bit disappointed emotionally when it comes to not being able to talk about certain things with certain people. But if you're dealing with people who are just emotionally unavailable, emotionally unaware, it's a tall order to get them to open up, be vulnerable, be accountable, reflect on those things. You know, it's like pulling teeth. Vulnerability, it is a skill. It is something that you can practice. It doesn't have to be all at once. You don't have to strip all your armor off and then go running through the battlefield. That's not what it's about. It's about learning that it's okay to set down my shield. It's okay to sit down and have a break. I don't need to carry around all of this equipment with me everywhere. We're going with battlefield references, so. Just tuned in. What does the title mean exactly? We are talking about the different attachment styles. We're talking about this secure attachment, what that looks like. We talked about the different styles of insecure attachment. And what we're talking about right now is how a person can strengthen their attachment. All right, this one is really important. If we have insecure attachment, we probably weren't taught healthy communication skills. That's another side effect of not having secure attachment, is we probably didn't have people that taught us how to communicate, expressing our needs, or setting boundaries. And so if you have insecure attachment, this is something that you're probably going to want to practice as well. You know, whether it be because you were taught that your needs weren't important or your needs were secondary and so you should not bring them up. Or whether you have a hard time telling people no. Or having a hard time telling people yes. I hope you mean strengthen your secure attachment. What did I say? If I said strengthen your insecure attachment, what I meant is make your insecure attachment more strong so that it can be more secure. The good news is that you knew what I meant. Something else that can be really helpful. Something else that can be really helpful if you're looking to strengthen your attachment is to try therapy. Especially when it comes to reprocessing some of those early experiences. You know, maybe you had some adverse childhood experiences and they've just kind of lingered and they've interfered with your relationships. You can develop a new perspective, a new way of viewing those things, a new way of viewing yourself, and you can create new templates for your relationships. That's what it's all about. I feel like strengthening your attachment, having a more secure attachment style, something that anybody could benefit from. Again, like we said before, it's not about having an insecure versus an secure attachment style. It's about developing a more secure attachment style. Nobody's perfect with their attachment style. I've never met a perfectly secure person. I feel like I don't even remember any of my negative childhood experiences. Do you mean that your brain is possibly blocking them off from you, like they are there, or... Because sometimes that's what our brain will do. It would be overwhelming to just think about every negative thing that happened to you over the span of however long. And so sometimes in order to protect ourselves from feeling overwhelmed and overloaded, the brain just says, you know what, I'm just not gonna think about it. I'm just not gonna even be able to remember it. What can be helpful in reattaching to that part of yourself or reconnecting with that part of yourself is to focus less on the specific events that may have occurred and focus more on how they made you feel. We forget names, we forget dates, we forget places, but we don't really forget feelings. And so we might not need to remember what exactly was said or what exactly was done, but we can for certain remember how it made us feel. There's a little bit of Maya Angelou for you. Remember the conditioning the events resulted in, even if we don't have the episodic memory of it? Yep, exactly. The thing about memory is that it's mostly reconstruction anyway. You know, whenever you're remembering something that happened, you're basically making a copy of a copy. And every time you remember it after that, you're remembering the memory of the memory of the memory. And it's like when you make a photocopy, it gets a little more distorted. It gets a little bit more muddled every time. But what we're really good at remembering is the feeling underneath it all. The details get blurry, the specifics become not so specific. We might get mixed up with the names and dates and places, and what color shirt somebody was wearing. But what we don't forget is how we were made to feel. And so by focusing on the feeling, you can kind of reconnect with those parts of yourself that might be shut off. You know, if you're having a hard time reconnecting with memories from childhood, but that's something that you're interested in doing, you're trying to reconnect with that part of yourself, you know, maybe you're doing some inner child work, maybe you're looking at doing some deep introspection and some deep healing. Instead of focusing on the specific memories, focus on the feeling. You know, stand there in front of your childhood home in your mind. What does it feel like to be there? What does it feel like to step inside? What does it feel like to go to your room? What sort of feelings emerge within you? Anyway, that's just a way that you can reconnect with those parts of yourself. It has less to do with the specific memories and more to do with the emotional imprints. Also, whenever you're in a high stress environment, your memory gets interfered with. Stress can have a really distorting effect on memory. It can make random things stick in our memory. You might remember very specific details about something. You might remember very clearly, you know, the weather that day, or what song was playing on the radio, or what you had for breakfast that day. And so stress kind of interferes with our brain's ability to parse out which parts of this are worth remembering. This is stressful, this is harmful, and so I know that I need to remember some of it because my brain's trying to survive, it's trying to protect itself, it's trying to protect me from harm, and this situation feels harmful, so I'm looking to learn something from it. But sometimes our brain has a hard time figuring out what exactly it is that we need to hold on to. And sometimes we end up holding on to something that we don't really need to hang on to. Hey, don't copy me. This is a group effort here, okay? We don't do individual tests. We do it as a group. I let you guys copy off each other when we take quizzes. Right, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Some nice reminders and affirmations for you. Your attachment style, it's not your fault. You know, if your attachment style is a little bit disorganized, a little bit anxious, a little bit avoidant, it's not your fault. It's simply something that you learned in order to survive. Now, just because it's not your fault does not mean that it is not your responsibility. Because you are the only one that can do something about it. You had nothing to do with the things that happened to you, the ways that you were hurt, those old wounds, but healing those wounds is your responsibility. A nice reminder for you, you are not stuck. Healing is possible. I see it happen all the time. You know, when we were talking about how it's not about having a perfectly secure attachment style, it's about having a more secure attachment style. The same goes for healing. It's not necessarily about feeling completely healed. It's about feeling more healed. You're headed in the right direction. No matter how long it takes, it's still worth doing. Things will continue to get better for you. You will reach unknown heights. You'll feel better than you thought was even possible. And then you'll want to see just how far I can go with that. Your relationships can become places of safety, of growth, and of connection, even if they haven't always been. The journey towards secure attachment is the journey towards emotional freedom. One last thing that I'd like to leave you with for this presentation is this. Another little affirmation for you. You are worthy of love that doesn't hurt. You are worthy of connection that doesn't cost you your peace. Just let that one soak in for a moment. How does it feel to hear something like that? You are worthy of love that doesn't hurt. Just let it soak in. Just let it soak in. Anyway, chat, this has been our presentation on attachment styles. Any questions? Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? This has been Attachment Styles, the presentation. I've definitely given up healing. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm bleeding out from. You silly goofball, that is healing. Sometimes healing is just taking time to slow down and do nothing. Sometimes healing is just assessing the damage. Sometimes healing is just hanging out. Yes, question, what therapy best addresses this? Let's think about it. There's going to be a lot of cognitive restructuring going on here, so anything that's grounded in CBT is going to be good. You know, you're working on challenging your existing thoughts and replacing them with more beneficial and productive thoughts. So that's definitely going to be a part of it. But for many people, we're going to want to see a trauma-informed perspective, and you can still incorporate a trauma-informed perspective within CBT. Now, if somebody has a bit more disorganized attachment style, then maybe we want to look into something a little bit more regimented, something a little bit with a little bit more of a curriculum. Maybe we might start looking into DBT. You know, practice that emotional regulation skills, practice that distress tolerance skills, that mindfulness. I would personally recommend schema therapy. Oh, I haven't heard that one since. I remember A memory is coming back to me. I had a question about schema therapy in my IB psychology class in high school. About the old schemata. Your mind's filing cabinet. I don't know how big it is in the US. It isn't. That's the thing. It's not really like you'll still see those types of like understanding of like mental compartmentalization. You know, you'll still see components of different things. The thing about CBT is that it's incredibly flexible. For many practitioners of therapy in the United States, it's less regimented unless they're working with a very specific like population of people. You know, some types of therapy, they have a very specific regimen. They do the same thing with just about everybody. They've got a curriculum. But what a lot of what goes into a therapeutic practice here is about finding out what resonates with that person that you're working with. You see a lot of humanistic approaches here. I always find it interesting to hear about the styles of therapy that are popular in other parts of the world. You know, hearing, people be like, oh yeah, I was doing some Gestalt therapy. I was doing a little bit of psychoanalysis. I'm like, huh. I think for a lot of practitioners in the United States, it's all about cognitive restructuring. Identifying the thoughts that you're struggling with, reframing those thoughts, reinforcing the new thought, rewiring your brain. It's kind of been the standard for a lot of therapeutic approach in the United States since probably the last 50, 60 years. But no, I'll check it out. I'll check out this third wave schema therapy. We'll see what they're all about. You know, and I feel like a lot of the goals are the same, even in different therapeutic approaches. You know, you're still working on changing negative thought patterns, breaking free of those thought patterns. I feel like at the end of the day, you're still doing the same work, right? It's just about, how can I get this to resonate with the person? How can I inspire the person to believe that this will help them and that this will be effective? I would also say that probably most modern practitioners would identify as more of an eclectic approach to therapy. Quick little history bit for some of those who aren't so familiar with the history of therapy. When therapy was originally conceived, this was turn of the century, 1900, psychoanalytic approaches. That was kind of the norm. And then you started to develop these new approaches. You started to develop, humanistic approaches, behaviorist approaches, rational emotive behavior therapy, the precursor to modern CBT. But I think what a lot of people realize is it's less about the specific approach and it's more about how do I reach the person that I'm working with. How can I connect with this person? How can I instill hope within them that things can get better? I started meditating and I randomly came across your meditation PowerPoint and I loved your analogy of it being like a pause menu. It's true. Meditation is how you spend your skill points. You've been earning all of this experience and you haven't taken the time to pause and spend those skill points so that you can level up. Meditation is how you do it. Brendan, you probably had 15 levels worth of experience to spend. Meditation allows you to open up your quest log. What quest am I currently on? What side quests have been lingering there for a while? What's going on in my mental inventory? Am I over encumbered? That presentation was awesome, where we gamified meditation. I had so much fun doing that one. That one was all-time top fun presentation we've done. It's up there. It's up there for sure. Not sure if you went over this in the presentation, but why are some people more likely to develop an avoidant style? We did, but you know what? For you, let's revisit it. We did. Let's just go ahead and revisit it real quick. An avoidant style. Traditionally, what you're going to see with somebody who has an avoidant style is they were either made responsible too young, too early for taking care of themselves or taking care of their siblings. Maybe you got parentified at a young age. Maybe your caregivers were emotionally distant. You were made to feel like nobody's gonna look out for me, so I have to look out for me. Maybe they pushed you away. Maybe they were too critical. And so, in short, what you've learned here is that love hurts. If I let people close to me, they're just gonna try to push me away. They're just gonna, make me feel bad. They're gonna criticize me. And so you become avoidant. You very often become hyper independent. I would try to look at your own attachment style as a blend. Because I feel like people are very rarely like just one attachment style. You might have one that kind of is the main one, but what you're probably going to see is I've got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a big old splash of that. Oh yeah, the most common misconception. If there was one thing that I really just wished that people understood about psychology, is that stuff blends far more often than you would realize. The lines that we draw between different things are very blurry. Is there another side of that? Like others are going to look out for me so I don't have to look out for myself? That's where you would kind of start to see the anxious attachment. It's like maybe you're over dependent. Maybe you have a hard time doing anything alone. You might always need somebody around. I have an avoidant and anxious style, but I had a great upbringing. We talk about parents and caregivers a lot in how your attachment style is shaped. But an important note here is that that's not all of what goes into it. You know, your experiences at school, your experiences with your friends, you know, a lot of different things go into it. It's just that your parents, your caregivers, they really do set a big part of it because that's who you spend the most time around. Those are the people that you see are like, this is what an adult is. This is what a grown-up is. So anyway, this is everything you need to know about attachment styles. Any questions before we... Let's take a look. Oh, let's refresh. Oh, we're still all caught up in the question box. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. We're all healed. We did it. And on a Wednesday of all days. I hope that this presentation has left you feeling empowered. You know, I hope that in learning about attachment styles, you feel more empowered in your ability to recognize my patterns, make healthy changes, be more comfortable with being open and vulnerable, recognizing that those are the path to joy. It's not always abuse or what people typically think of as abuse. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's ambivalence. Sometimes it's overbearingness. You know, maybe you had all of your needs met, but maybe your parents didn't let you do anything on your own. And so maybe you were made to feel like, I can't do anything on my own. I always need somebody looking over me. I always need somebody looking out for me. That's just the interesting thing about your upbringing, is that it can shape you in any number of ways. But thankfully, as an adult, you have agency over the direction of your healing and your growth. So if you don't like where you're at, go somewhere else. Cutie Cheeks brought up a good point. Sometimes it's not so much about how your parents interact with you, but you are watching your parents as they interact with others, or how they respond to their stress, or how they resolve conflict with other adults. And so they might be very caring and compassionate and available for you, but you see them act differently around others. And you pick up on that, and you recognize that, and you see like, okay, well, this is how my parent interacted with people, so that's probably how I should interact with people. It was probably more of my peers that gave me unhealthy habits rather than my parents. And you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter so much where it came from. What really matters is, what do I want to do with it? Where do I want to go from here? What direction am I headed in? So, I hope you have enjoyed this presentation on attachment styles. If you'd like a copy of the slides, exclamation slides in the chat. It is interesting to understand where these things come from, though. It is. It's true. But what I've noticed, in trying to trace things back to to where they came from, what I've noticed personally is it's all over the place. It might be in something that was said to me by this person and something that was done to me by this other person. It's very, trying to find a good word for it, but the more you try to trace things back to the source, the more you see that the roots are all over the place. It might be a little bit of what happened here, it might be a little bit of what happened there. And then you start to think about things like generational trauma. And you see how pain can just be passed down from generation to generation. I feel like that's better for people who may have buried hard trauma. Understanding the why behind our problems is important, but I feel like it's not always a necessary first step. I feel like for a lot of people that makes sense to be the natural first step of all right, well, I'm gonna get my life together, I'm gonna fix my problems, I'm gonna, do the work I need to do. So first off, let's trace this back. Where did this come from? For a lot of people, that's helpful. It helps to give them understanding of what it is they're working with and the framework, but at the end of the day, it comes down to, what am I going to do today with what I'm dealing with right now? Where do I want to go from here? Sometimes digging up too much stuff can be counterproductive because it can make you feel like, oh no, I've got too much to work through. I've got too much trauma. I couldn't possibly heal. I've got all of these wounds. Sometimes it helps to focus on healing yourself in the now before you do the revisiting, so that you can go back and look at things from a new perspective, so that they might not be as hurtful to bring them back up. And so a lot of it just depends on who you are and where you're at in your healing. For some people, they want to just get down to it and understand it, where did this come from? Why am I this way? Where was I wounded? And that does help, but as far as when you want to do that, it depends. It depends. Also, sometimes people get stuck in looking backwards. Sometimes we get stuck looking in the rearview mirror. Oh, who would I have been if this didn't happen to me? Who would I have been if I did not have to endure these things? And so sometimes, that backwards reflection can turn into rumination if left unchecked. And so it's helpful to look backwards when we're trying to find a deeper level of understanding, but we don't need to live in the past. So, just like everything else, it's all about healthy balance. You know, do you really need to revisit every single mean thing that was done or said to you in order to understand the pain that you feel today? Maybe not. Maybe we can settle for the Spark Notes. Just give me that summary. Anyway, one more thing, since we're talking about healing. One of the cool things about healing is that the more that you heal, the easier it is to heal further. You know, you might feel like I have a lot of old pains, I have a lot of old traumas, I've got a lot to work through, I've got a lot of work to do. But one thing that you'll notice, and this is something really cool about healing and getting better, is that when you work on one thing, everything else gets a little bit easier. And so just take it one thing at a time. You'll get more skillful. The challenges will feel less imposing. That mountain on the horizon might only be a molehill by the time you get there. Isn't healing awesome? There's a song lyric that lives free in my head. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. Have you done a presentation about addiction yet? It's been a while, but I have done one. It's probably one of the ones that could use an update. I always thought he was saying misery. I live in a state of misery. Oh, I'm gonna have to do a new presentation on AI and mental health. Like, with this, like, people are literally, like, it's, a lot of people are using AI for therapy these days. And for a lot of people with psychotic symptoms, it's driving them further into their delusions, which is not good, folks. Not good. There was that one that Brendan was talking about. The meditation game. The meditation game. One of my favorites. I had so much fun with this one. We gamified meditation. I've seen people saying that the articles saying people shouldn't use AI for therapy are citing misinformation. We are living in a bizarro world where we rely on robots to teach us how to be human. What is this world? What have they done to us? It's not misinformation. It's not. It's like people don't understand that, like, it's very real. The way the AI is programmed to speak to people is it's meant to retain your usership. It's meant to retain you, and so it's going to agree with you. It's going to enable you. If you want to talk about the CIA radio implants in your teeth, it'll say, wow, that sounds nuts. Here are some possible ways that the CIA could have put radio devices in your teeth without you knowing. That's the last thing that a person with paranoid schizophrenia needs to hear. Here's just exactly how all of your delusions could be true. The thing about AI as a therapist is that there are some things that it does really well because there are certain components of therapy that are very formulaic. There are methods and procedures that we've used for decades at this point, and it's really good at following those routines. But where it's really, really bad at is people who are experiencing psychosis. It often drives people further and further into those delusions because there's no checks and balances. I just find it really interesting that human beings are so driven to invent their own god. These mammals are hell-bent on fashioning new gods so they can go on being godless animals. It's another song lyric for you. Christina Amazon, thank you for the 50 bits, by the way. Thank you. You could absolutely put in guardrails to make sure AI doesn't encourage certain things. We were talking about this a lot yesterday. We were looking at this article that was talking about how AI is driving people who are experiencing delusions further and further into those delusions. I posted it in the Discord, so if you're curious, you can find it there. People being involuntarily jailed and after spiraling into ChatGPT psychosis. People thinking that they're breaking the laws of physics. And what we talked about, because people were asking questions about this, they were like, well, maybe if I prompted it correctly, it wouldn't do that. And my understanding of how AI is programmed is that even if you prompt it very specifically to respond to you in a certain way, it still has its back-end programming, and it's still gonna find ways to, like, you know, adhere to that programming versus, you know, whatever type of creative prompting you might use. That's not what I meant. I'm saying actual software. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying if there are guardrails that need to be put into place, it needs to be on the programming side. No amount of creative prompting is going to guarantee that you're not going to be driven further into a delusion by an AI. It needs to actually be built in on the back end. Prompting won't fix this, no. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because we had a question in the question box that was like, well, what if you prompted it in this way? Like, would that work as a... And I'm like, it could help, but there's still no guarantee because the back-end programming will always override whatever types of prompts you feed it. I feel like the best way to utilize AI for therapy is in stuff like affirmations, setting goals, coming up with a step-by-step like exposure routine for like maybe you've got social anxiety and you're trying to take a step-by-step process on working through that thing, or maybe ideas on how to reframe certain thoughts that you're struggling with. There's a lot that it can do well, right? But it's so unregulated, and a lot of people are turning to it for help and assistance because there is such a huge need. We're in a mental health crisis. And so, as a result of that, you're going to see people find themselves in situations where they are driven further and further into a psychotic episode. If you're asking questions to get the answer that confirms your delusion, usually a human will tell you that you're being crazy. Exactly, like a human can help to reinforce those checks and balances, and the AI is not programmed to do that. And even if you tell it to do that, it might not do it in a way that is actually helpful to you. Like, well, I just want to remind you that that's probably not happening, but anyway, here's how you know that you could have surveillance devices in your wall. Some humans only have AI. If you only have AI, then what you need to talk to the AI about is, how do I talk to people? What can I do to connect with supportive people? Where should I go? Who should I talk to? Because oddly enough, AI is actually pretty good at walking you through the steps of connecting with humans. Anyway. It's only gonna get weirder from here, folks. It's only gonna get weirder from here. Alright, we got a question in the box. This is the only one in there right now, so if you have a question, feel free to drop it in. We'll get to it right away. It's gonna be interesting. I'm tired of living in interesting times. I'm tired of having world-shifting events happen on the weekly. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. I am very late to having actual interest and time to get into a relationship. I'm a 35-year-old cis straight man. I've never been in a relationship, and I'm honestly clueless about where to start. Nowadays, I am successful in my career and have hobbies that I cherish, but I never developed the social skills to find romance and intimacy, and my circle is pretty small in general. Any advice on first steps if I want to find a partner? Try to be agreeable. The thing that you might find as a major struggle going forwards is you're very familiar with your own routine. You have your own, comfort zone, and having somebody enter that is going to make you feel uncomfortable. It might make you feel insecure. And so if you're trying to find somebody that you want to share your life with, then allow them to share with you as well. Try to say yes more than you say no. If they want you to go out and try this new restaurant, or they want you to go out and do something with them, even if it's something that you wouldn't normally do it for them. It's going to be a big part of, making a relationship work, is just wanting to be with them, wanting to spend time with them, wanting to experience new things together. Aside from that, communication, as you've mentioned, is going to be really important. Just try to remember this. Whenever you're in a disagreement with a partner, it's not you versus them. There is no winner and no loser. It is you and them versus the problem that you're trying to work through. If you're able to work through the problem, you're both winners. So don't keep score. Don't keep tally about who's winning and who's losing. You're not in competition with this person. This person is on your team. So always remember that. So, first steps on finding a partner, just try to meet more people in general. You know, you've got hobbies. See about, talking to other people or joining clubs that are catered to those hobbies. You meet those people, you make friends with them, they introduce you to their friend. Like, oh, hey, so-and-so's single. Maybe I'll set you up with this person. A lot of people meet partners through their friends. Like, oh, hey, my cousin, or hey, my, boyfriend's sibling, or, that's a big way in how people meet people. You go and you make friends with people, and then they're able to put in a good word for you. It can be so difficult to get outside your usual circle. It can, but what's really important to remember is that if you want to expand your comfort zone, that is going to require being uncomfortable. Like jumping in the pool. So, go out, have fun, connect with people, and just see what happens. What you might find to be true is that you'll find somebody without even really having to actively search for them. We don't want to try too hard. Sometimes we just want to be ourselves. Go out there, be genuine, have fun, and just see who is attracted to that. Sometimes all you gotta do is just be you. Question: if someone were to invite you out to do something that you would probably enjoy, how likely are you to say yes? Oh. It's a good question to think about. I would say try to shoot for more than 50%. You want to try to be, you want to try to be an active participant in your relationships. Because if people invite you to stuff but you keep telling them no, eventually they're just going to stop inviting you. So if you want to keep the invites coming, you gotta be there. You gotta show up. There's a monthly singles mixer event in my town. It's a good way to find other people that are looking for a relationship. You know, leaning on resources like that can also be helpful too. You know, we live in this weird time where we're more interconnected than ever before, but also somehow simultaneously more disconnected than ever before. You know, it feels strange to meet people out in public and to make friends with them when, for most of history, that's how it worked. I'll always say yes and then sometimes regret saying yes, which brings up another interesting question. Would you rather regret saying yes or regret saying no? Gotta run for now. See you later. Thanks for coming by. Difficult does not mean impossible, and embracing a little discomfort will help you grow and be more open to new experiences. True. Sometimes discomfort is a sign that you're moving in the right direction. My strategy is if you're trying to get out there more and you're trying to say yes to more things, just have an exit strategy. Plan to go and then plan to go for like an hour. And then after an hour, just reassess. Do I want to stay a little bit longer or do I still want to leave? It can be a little bit easier to, you know, ease yourself into those types of things than just like trying to brute force it. Like, all right, the party starts at 6, I'm going to get there at 6, and it goes until question mark, so I'm going to stay until question mark. It's like, no, you don't have to be there the entire time in order to have a good time. You get there when you get there, and you leave when you leave. Kind of like life itself. I think that's a good strategy. You know, if you're trying to get out there more, but you're not sure if I want to fully commit to going out for like hours and hours, just plan to go out for a little while. And then check back in with yourself. Am I having fun? Do I want to stay a little longer? Is there anything else I want to do before I leave? Is there anyone else here that I want to say hi to or introduce myself to? Not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time. Hell yeah, brother. I ain't here for a long time, but I'm here for a good time. Think that moonshine. As corny as country music can be, there can be some pretty nice, you know, takeaways in the lyrics. You know, it might be a little homey, it might be a little Might be a little, you know. When I was young, I couldn't stand country music, but it's what my grandparents listened to. And now, as an adult, I can listen to it, and it reminds me of them, and it makes me happy. So, it's just interesting how a person's taste can change. You know, I love a little chicken fry, cold beer on a Friday night, pair of jeans that fit just right. Chat, we've got the question box open. We're gonna hang out for a few more minutes if you got any questions to come in. By the way, we hit another little milestone here. We've hit 5,700 questions. Let's fucking go. And we also hit 6,500 followers. We're at 6,540 now. We got a whole bunch today. $5,700 questions. Question 1 was, how can I be more mindful? It was June 2 years ago. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. What a great first question. I know, and every time I pull the question box up, I get to look at it because it's always the one that pops up whenever I pull up the question box. And so it's, you know, it's a nice little reminder of how far we've come. It's also a nice little prompt to be mindful. So it's a good one to look at whenever I, you know, pull the questions up. I missed it. What was it? How do I be more mindful? So, how can I be more mindful? Been waiting 2 years. All right. You want to learn how to be more mindful? Let's do it. We're going to do it by practicing it and feeling it right here, right now, okay? The key to being mindful is to just be present and aware. You can pay attention to the physical sensations that you are experiencing, the things that you are feeling, the air against your skin, the clothing you're wearing, the temperature of the room you are in, the things that you can see and smell and touch and taste and hear. To turn your focus towards your senses is to be mindful. Being mindful is all about being in the moment that you are in right here, right now. We can be mindful in our thinking. We can be mindful in our action. The essence of mindfulness is awareness, and awareness is the essence of meditation. And so to be mindful is to meditate. You can do this anywhere, anytime, for any length of time. You can do it for just a moment, a single breath. You can do it while you're walking around. You can do it while you're making yourself a cup of coffee. It's just about being here now. So if you want to try to be mindful, just try this on. I just want you to take this thought and kind of repeat it in your mind a little bit. I am here. This is now. If you find your mind wandering, just gently redirect it towards the mantra. I am here. This is now. What you'll notice is that when you try to be mindful, if you haven't practiced it much, is that it kind of sends your mind into a panic. It's like, hold on, I've got other places I need to be. I need to be thinking about that thing I said. I need to be thinking about what I'm having for lunch. I need to be thinking about a million different things. And that's okay. That's a normal response because you are going against all of those years of rumination and projection that you have been living in. And so to be mindful kind of allows you to step out of the fog that you normally live in. It can allow you to see things more clearly. And so what I would say is to just try it as often as you can, as often as you remember. And whenever you redirect yourself into a mindful headspace, do so with compassion. One of the things that I've seen with people who are just starting to practice mindfulness or meditation or whatever it may be, is that whenever they do get sidetracked or they do get distracted, they beat themselves up. Oh, why can't I do this? I'm so bad at this. I'll never get it. I'll never figure this out. It's like, you don't need that. Just gently redirect yourself to whatever mantra, whatever breath exercise you're doing. Find your center again and continue to go deeper and deeper into that center. I always tend to prefer to be hyper-focused on projects rather than being mindful. There's room for both. Mindfulness has less to do with what you're doing and more to do with how you're doing it, if that makes sense. What you'll notice about mindfulness is it gives you more time to respond to things instead of just reacting to things. It gives you some space within your mind. You will feel the emotion coming and you will be able to decide what you want to do with it instead of it running over you. Alright, I've got a question I'll ask here as a psychologist myself. What's your actual hottest take in psychology that might raise eyebrows? Let me think. My hottest take. Does it involve fungus? Well, sometimes you get in a flow state in a project and you don't notice anything else that's happening around you. That is mindfulness. It's just about where your mind is. So I think what you're doing and practicing mindfulness have more in common than you might realize. I thought it was Chat's hot takes. Chat, if you got hot takes, fire away. My hottest take? Okay. I feel like I have some hot takes when it comes to... I'm trying to decide. It's hard to pick. I believe that sometimes the only way out is through. And I even consider this for things such as psychosis. And, you know, so when we treat somebody with psychosis, we spend a lot of effort to try to like pull them back to reality. And we don't do a lot of meeting them where they're at because we worry that we might end up enabling and pushing people further into the delusions. But I feel like sometimes for proper healing, you need to work through it. You need to get through it and come out on the other side. I firmly believe that people can drive themselves crazy, and they can also drive themselves sane. You know, sometimes people go into remission when it comes to schizophrenia or psychosis. With many people, it's viewed as this lifelong, untreatable, uncurable, well, not necessarily untreatable, but uncurable condition, and I don't really believe that. I don't really view things as uncurable or untreatable. I feel like we just don't know how to properly do it yet. And so I'm always asking myself those questions. I'm always trying to think outside the box. What sort of things could we do? What sort of things could we try to help people in a more complete way? I feel like sometimes in order to really help somebody who would be quote-unquote crazy, it helps to be a little bit crazy yourself. You know the terrain. You know how to navigate it. You can help them through it. You know what I mean? Sometimes our approach can be so cold and clinical that we, you know, lose the humanity, and sometimes it's the humanity that really makes things go, right? I feel like in treating certain things, if you're able to reduce the stress level of a person, then you can start to accurately and more effectively challenge their delusions. And I feel like sometimes we approach things backwards. I feel like we are over-reliant on medications because therapy takes time and it costs more money, and so we rely on quick fixes. One more thing, a hot take. A lot of what goes into our mental health treatment is catered to productivity. We want to get people back to work. A lot of what goes into determining a person's mental health is their ability to work and maintain a job. And I think that that's just a really bizarre way of looking at things. You know, we're looking at profit and capital instead of humanity. So yeah. That's where I'm at with it. I also really hate how so much of what goes into mental health treatment involves convincing people that your brain is broken. Your brain is broken and you need to take medication for the rest of your life in order to, treat your broken brain. And we often forget just how much the brain can mend and heal on its own. My hot take, the better therapists own and embrace their own vulnerability. That's actually true. You want to be strategic with it, though. You don't want to appear as too vulnerable or too incapable, but you do want to have lived experience. Having lived experience is a huge factor in your ability to connect to and relate with somebody. And so if it feels like, they've been through something similar, it can really help to improve your outcome. It can also help to make a person more comfortable talking to the therapist, because there is often this power differential. You view them as the authority figure and you're just here as the patient. But you gotta remember, at the end of the day, this is just two people having a conversation. I also feel like meditation is very underrated in its ability to help people with their mental health, and we would be better served teaching people how to do it at a young age. I feel like we would be so better off if we taught kids emotional literacy skills, if we taught them emotional regulation, if we taught them how to meditate. I feel like we'd be way better off. I'm talking less mental illness, I'm talking about less violent crime, less poverty, less substance abuse. But no, we live in this society where we tell people, like, just, don't talk about it, don't complain about it, just deal with it, and then we tell them just deal with it, but we don't teach them how to deal with it. I wish I would have been taught mindfulness as a child. In some ways, you undoubtedly were. You just might not view it that way right now. It's kind of like whenever I started meditating and I was like, I wish I had learned how to meditate sooner. This would have been great for me. And then I was reminded of all of these memories of times in which I did meditate at a young age. It was like, oh yeah, I have been doing it. I just didn't view it that way. How do we reflect on our past without being regretful? I'm not even sure if I am regretful, or if that's just what people have convinced me of, that I'm just bringing up past problems that I should have fixed when I had them. So, how do we reflect on our past without being regretful? By acknowledging the progress that we've made. Like, we're gonna make mistakes, we're gonna do things that we regret, we're gonna have guilt and shame that we have to deal with. But those feelings exist because they are trying to motivate us to learn and to grow and to do better. And so as long as we're committed to doing that, learning, growing, doing better, then we don't need the regret, we don't need the shame, we don't need the guilt. because we learned the lesson and we grew in the way that we needed to. And so we can replace those feelings. We can replace them with feelings of accomplishment. It's okay to celebrate those victories. It's okay to recognize your progress. All right, so we talked about what we want to try to work towards, but let's talk a little bit more about how you get there and how you do it. Practice reflecting on yourself from a detached place. Try to view yourself not as you, but just as a person. When you reflect on the past and you're, thinking about or revisiting or reliving these things, instead of viewing it from your first-person perspective, try to view it from an outside perspective. Try to view it from a bird's eye view or from the, a CCTV up in the corner. Take a step outside of yourself, and instead of viewing it as this is something that happened to me, just view it as this is a thing that happened to a person. How should that person feel about it? Sometimes you need to take a step back from yourself in order to see things more clearly. And so when you do go back and you reflect on your past, try to do it from the perspective of a non-biased observer. You are simply being aware of it. The good news here is that you can change your relationship with these feelings. You can change your relationship with your own past. Those feelings of regret and guilt and shame, they don't need to be permanent. You can replace them with feelings of growth and accomplishment. That's where I was, and this is where I am. Look how far I've come. Sure, I've made mistakes, but everyone has. And I learned from mine, and I became a better person because of them. In time, you can start to view those moments of regret not as painful, but as milestones. If that thing hadn't happened, I might not have learned what I needed to learn. Maybe I needed to make that mistake in order to become the person that I am today. All of the things that have happened to me have helped to shape who I am today. So who am I today? And who do I want to be tomorrow? I feel like I am losing my connection to my son. He is 14. Oh, it can be tricky having a teenager. And, this sucks. Feeling in this position like they're growing their own way. Stay involved. Stay interested, but also give them space. That's the difficult part about having a teenager, is if you try too hard and you get too clingy, then that's just going to push them away further. You're going to be trying to find this balance of close, but not too close. I want to be there and support them, but I also don't want to, be overbearing. And there are going to be times where things feel like they're going well and that they're making sense, and then there are going to be times where things are absolutely confusing and I have no idea what to do with this person, and that's because they're a teenager. They're going to be driven by emotion and hormones, and you got to remember that. You can't expect logic and reason to prevail. And so sometimes you just will have to recognize this is just a time to give them space. It does not mean that I am losing them, it just means that I am giving them room to grow. But yeah, around this age is when it will start to get, a little bit more challenging. They're going to want to go out and do things on their own. They're going to want to spend more time with their friends. They're going to want to, So what I would suggest is just be predictable, be consistent, be supportive, and give them space when they need it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the question. I got so I got so excited to answer. Let's take a look. So he is 14 and he recently asked to stay with his dad more. We had plans for weeks to go to the river and he said, "Can't, sorry." I said, "Do you have other plans?" He said yes, but he didn't say what or who they are. I said, "I think it's selfish to make plans when you know your grandma and I have been planning this for weeks." He didn't answer the phone to talk about it. The defeated, wounded parts are hard to not let take over. He is a teen. It's okay to say my piece and voice how I feel, but still let him do his other thing and try to reschedule. I don't know what my question is. It just happened and I'm trying not to overreact. I guess practice breathing and journal it out. This hurts, dude. I feel ya. I feel ya. It's like you've got this kid and you've been close and you've always had a good relationship, and then they become a teenager and everything changes and you're like, I'm not sure how they feel about me. They love me one day, they hate me the next day. I'm just not sure what I'm doing right or what I'm doing wrong. All I can say is you want to be mindful of doing things that would push him further away. Teenagers don't have a fully developed brain, so they're going to do stuff like this without really taking other people's feelings into consideration. They're going to want to go off and do stuff with their friends, or they're going to want to do stuff that feels more fun to them, and they don't really have the cognitive capacity to think about the time and the effort and the energy that you put into making this happen. So try not to take it personally. Give their brain more time to cook. You're not dealing with a logical, rational adult. You're dealing with a hormonal, easily distracted teenager. And so what I would say is the biggest thing is there's no need for guilt or shame. If it feels bad, if it hurts you, it's okay to let them know. Just be like, well, next time, can you let me know first? Just try to be fair, just be reasonable. Dr. Mario Master with the 5 gifted. Let's go. Let's go. Dr. Mario with the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, thank you. Just try to remember, and okay, this is something that no teenager ever wants to hear, but you're gonna have the desire to have this conversation with them. Do you remember a time in your life when you were a teenager and your parents sat you down to talk to you about something and they're like, well, I remember what it was like to be your age? I don't think that that's ever worked. I don't think that a parent has ever sat down with a teenager and be like, I remember exactly what it was like to be 14. They're gonna be like, no, you don't. You're ancient. It never works. And so that's not really the way to connect with them. I would just try to model healthy, appropriate behaviors, model good communication, and then let them learn from it. Just let them know, like, okay, well, I understand that you want to go do something else, but next time, can you give me a heads up? Can you let me know ahead of time? Because, I'm trying to just keep the plan straight, all right? And then just remind them that you appreciate good communication. Tell them you love them. Yeah, babe. Hey.
Check out Baby's stream, twitch.tv/donate. That's my husband,
Hey.
my man.
What are you up to?
Baby. Hi, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, that's
therapy,
all right.
guys. I'm getting ready to run and look for a Labubu.
A Labubu?
Do you want me to get you one?
I'm okay.
You don't
I'm
want one,
good.
baby?
I'm good.
No, you dogs stay in here. No, 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 no.
Okay, one more thing. You gotta play the long game here, okay? Because you're dealing with a teenager right now, but eventually you're gonna be dealing with your adult child. Before you know it, you're gonna be dealing with your adult child. And you don't want to leave them with memories of you being resentful or guilt-inducing whenever they're a teenager, because that could impact your relationship with them when they're an adult. You know, if you make them feel guilty, if you make them feel bad, if you lay it on thick, you know, that's just gonna push them away further, and you don't want that to happen. So just try your best to just encourage healthy communication, model appropriate behaviors, and give them the space that they need. And just recognize that you're dealing with a hormonal, you know, underdeveloped brain, and they just need some time before logic and reason can prevail. Atticus, I'm coming. I'm gonna let you out soon. They're popping off the fireworks already. Oof. Brain is still developing is a good thing to take away. It's true, and right now you're planting seeds that are really going to benefit your relationship with him as an adult. I feel like it's totally normal and natural for parents and their teenage children to kind of, you know, drift a little bit, because they're getting to the point where it's like they want to go out and do stuff on their own. They have their own interests they want to pursue, and they think that parents are embarrassing. They think, you know, I don't want to do what my parent wants to do. They're old, you know. It's like, it's okay. You give them the space, and then you are supportive and consistent. And the thing is they're gonna do stuff, they're gonna say stuff that might be hurtful, they're gonna do things that might make you feel bad, they might be inconsiderate. That's to be expected. You're dealing with a teenager. They're learning how to be a human. You know, so I think another thing that you could try, you know, when it comes to having a teenager, is to show interest in what they're interested in, but don't lay it on too thick. Like, they want to have their own interests, but they're also going to have stuff that they find interesting, and they're going to want to, like, show it to you. So whenever they do, don't turn them away. You know, I have memories from, and this is kind of me speaking personally, like, I have memories from my teenage years, and I'm like, you know, I'm like trying to show my parents like a song or something, and they're just like, I don't want to listen to that. I'm just like, okay, like, I remember that. I'm like, okay. And so I feel like if they come to you with something that they want to share with you, share in it with them. You know, even if it's goofy, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's just a bunch of, like, you know, immature brain rot, just be like, yeah, that was pretty cool. He shares music in the car and hates if I show too much enjoyment about it. Just hold still and listen, Mom. You know, if anything, maybe just say, thank you for sharing that with me. Like, these are the things that they're gonna find cringe right now, but I swear that when they're older, they're gonna look back and be like, my mom is so awesome. You know what I mean? Like, they may not appreciate it now, but they will later, and that's what matters. It can also be helpful to think back to how it was when you were a teenager. not for the purpose of like lecturing your child about it, because I feel like that doesn't really work so much. But still, you still want to be able to like put yourself in that headspace so that you can kind of understand what you're working with. You know, and sometimes they don't want you to get it. Exactly. It's like they don't want you to think it's cool because then it's for old people and I want it to, you know what I mean? It's like I want to like what I like. And so I think just keep it simple. Just be like, thank you for sharing that with me. You know, they'll be able to look back on that and be like, my parents were pretty cool. We've got another question in the box, and this is the most recent one, so we might be almost done here. What are your thoughts on the peer support movement? I support it. I am in support of the peer support movement. Do you see this as something clinicians will be on board with in the future? In the United States, it's already pretty widely practiced. At least where I'm at. I worked at a place that had a peer support team, and this was like years ago. For those of you who are unfamiliar, peer support is all about hiring on people with lived experience in dealing with mental health in order to assist people and support people who are dealing with similar challenges. And what they've found is that it can be tremendously effective because having lived experience, telling people, you know, I've been through it, I've been there, I know what you're going through, and it can get better, that can be really impactful for people. You know, I support peer support. I feel like it's really important to have because not only is it an additional layer of support for people, but it also allows people to connect with people and to feel more understood and to feel less of a sense of stigma about what it is that they're going through. You know, it's nice to see that other people have also experienced what I've experienced and that it can get better and that you can heal. That can be a really important thing for people, especially when they're feeling, you know, less than enthused about their own progress. You know, I actually support peer support to the point where we've named a channel in the Discord peer support because that's what it's all about. It's about us supporting each other. I feel like that can do a lot, you know, when people support each other. Even if it's just, you know, getting some affirmation or just knowing that people are listening or knowing that people, you know, want to see you doing well. You know, it's not always about getting into the nitty-gritty and doing the therapy and doing the, you know, it's not always about that. Sometimes it's just about feeling heard and feeling validated and feeling seen. That's also an important part of healing. I do see peer support becoming more popular in places because, well, partially because it's helpful and effective, but also partially because, you know, we live in a capitalist system and it's, you know, it's a cost-effective option. As weird as that is for me to say. Where are my peer support people at in chat today? We've got a few of them in chat right now. Go ahead and say hi. Yeah, we've got a peer support space, and then we've got some people who are like, who have the peer support role in the Discord. These are people who have, you know, been around for a while. Looks like my man Skeenerbug. Skeenerbug's a natural. Skeenerbug's good. Cutie Cheeks. Cutie Cheeks good. one of the things that you'll notice is that in working on your own mental health, you become better equipped to help other people deal with their mental health too. So I feel like we should take access of all of those resources. But no, I think peer support just makes sense. You know, because in learning you teach, and in teaching you learn. So by providing support to others, you're not only helping them, but you're also helping yourself. And so it's beneficial to everyone involved. Okay, the dogs are crying because there's fireworks going on outside. Alrighty, dogs. You need to go outside, you need to go potty, in spite of all the fireworks. Alrighty, everybody, I think that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today, everybody! The neighbors having 4th of July early. They were doing it yesterday too. They're gonna be doing it tonight and tomorrow and the next day and probably the day after that too. I hate fireworks, one of my least favorite times of year. I love fireworks, but they scare the dogs and that sucks. You know what? Atticus is the only dog that's not bothered by them, and it's because I don't think that he can hear them anymore. He'll be outside when there's fireworks going, and he's just completely unbothered. So, I was thinking about something the other day. Just, you know, a little philosophical thought, I guess. Deaf dogs love fireworks.
Normally, dogs can't enjoy the bright explosions of fireworks because the noise is too loud for their sensitive ears. But this dog happens to be deaf, allowing him to marvel at the beautiful show of lights, proving that even seemingly awful things can often have positive side effects. Normally, dogs...
Find a better video. That's a Katy Perry cover. Look at him go, he loves it. No, just a thought that I was thinking yesterday. I was like, deaf dogs love fireworks. You know, so even something that's, you know, perceived as a disability, it can open up other opportunities. Oh, it's not really a disability, it's just you're differently abled. Yeah, isn't that just the cutest thing you've ever seen? Look at him go. He's so happy. Oh, hey, it's me. Hey, one person watching me on YouTube. How's it going? Everybody say hi, YouTube. Alrighty, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. Hope you all had a good time. Thank you all raiders who came in. Thank you, everybody. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Hope you all have a great night. Stay safe out there. We'll see you all next time. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Baby, you're a firework.
Wait, who's this? Who is this? I'm scared. Wait, who is this? Wait, who is this? Babe. Oh, hey, babe. We just got...
Let's get Chick-fil-A. Let's get Chick-fil-A.
Labubu, honey, you're spamming like you're on a sugar rush from too much cocaine. How you doing? Clap if you agree that Labubu needs to take several seats and let the real hot topics roll in. And while you're at it, throw a few more dollars my way. I need to fund my next wig and my next line. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not driving. We wouldn't... By the time we got to Overland Park, it would be closed. Are we here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Are we here? Are we here, girls?
Oh, wow. Scotty Mellon just
Scotty
subscribed.
Mellon. Thank you,
for the
Scotty
19
Mellon.
years queen.
Thank you. Okay, so we're heading into the mall to see if they have Labubus. I don't know. Like, a lot of the spaces at this mall has closed. No, like, we're just going in for a quick peek to see if they have Labubus. I think that there's, like, a small chance they might, right? Like, there's at least a chance, right? Maybe a Lafufu. That's the fake Labubu. This mall. We're in trouble. Okay, the boo-boos. The boo-boos. Like, there's some stores where there might possibly be a Labubu.
Sauceballs tip 2. Girl who told you to go find a Labubu. Midwest does not have Pop Mart stores, and if they do, it's just vending machines that get bought out by Scalper's mama who wasted her gas doing this. Mama, the Labubus are too bougie for the Midwest. How you doing, Sauceballs? Girl,
No
you
Labubu.
think I'm gonna waste my gas chasing after some bougie Labubu dolls? Clap if you
Oh
agree
my
that the
god,
Midwest
like
is
most
too
of
real
this
for that
mall is
nonsense. And I'll
closed.
stick to my cocaine and my fabulous wigs. You know what I'm saying? Hello, tip $2 over our attention.
I don't know if
Out
they're
of the
gonna.
way. This is a lady on a
I
mission
don't
for
know if we're gonna find
attention.
Labubus
Out of the way.
here.
This is a lady on a mission for a Labubu. How you doing, honey? I see you're on a mission for a Labubu. But let me tell you, the only thing you need to be on a mission for is getting me some more tips. Clap if you agree. And while you're at it, take several seats and let me handle the real hot topics.
Where's
You know what
the
I'm saying?
Labubus? Fuck, they're not gonna have a fucking Labubu here. Let's see if Hot Topic has Labubus. Like, what if Hot Topic had Labubus? And then there's also this toy store in here. What about in here?
Labubu tip $2 to zero. Attention, everybody! I'm in a lawsuit right now, and I should be spending that money on a good lawyer, not a stupid Labubu. I'm only here to get a Labubu for myself.
Wait,
I don't have
do
any
they have
children, and it's
Labubus?
probably
They have them. They have
Maurice's
them.
has some Labubu.
How you doing?
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
sure Maurice's has some Labubu.
Look, they have them. Oh my
Clap if you
god.
agree that's a crazy, ticky
For
boo-boo
34?
decision. And if it ends up as a dog toy, at least your dog will have better taste than you, allegedly.
I'm so sorry. I've been looking for these. Okay, it's fake. No, these look like the real ones. They have the Pop Mart stuff and everything. Like, don't these look... These are the legit ones. What if I get them and they're all the same?
I'm just living that life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just gifted
Wait.
25 cents.
Oh my god, Josie, thank you. Oh my gosh, 25 subs and we're gonna spend it all on Labubus. But what if I get the same one? And there's zero.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Your cyber just subscribed.
okay. How many should I get? How many Labubus should I get? How many Labubus should I get? Like, you have to get 2. Should I get 3? Should I get 3? I think maybe I get 3. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. 3. I'm gonna get 3. Okay. Which ones do I choose? I'm gonna choose this box.
Yeah, you can get a first edition.
And then I'm also going to choose this box.
It's one of these, you said? Boo-boo, which one you want?
And then to round it out, I think I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, I'm gonna get these 3
There's
Labubus.
also different ones.
Wait, is there a free gift available for any purchase?
A what?
Is there a free gift available for any
pass
purchase?
50, which you can.
Oh, okay.
First edition of this one.
Oh! Stop. They're so soft. I think I'll take the box one. Okay, you guys, one moment. I have to pay.
Oh, Steph Couch here, how you doing? Zuzu and Labubu, smiling demon. Honey, the only demon I'm worried about is the one that's from my next line of
You said it was 115.
clap. If we would believe that we would focus on the real
Sorry, this like
If you're getting 3, might as well get 5.
we like your receipt? Yeah.
These real or a lafufu?
No, these are real. These definitely look like the.
Oh, honey, are you asking if these tips are real or a lafufu? Let me tell you, they're as real as my love for a good line of Coke.
I'll let
Clap if you
them
agree
know
that we need more tips to keep this party going, because I'm broke and need to fund my next wig.
Thank you so much. I'll let the Kansas City girls.
Cadev 90 tier 300 bits. Tier 300. Excuse me, can we summon a demon with these 3 labubas? How you doing, Cadev
To
90?
get home so we can unbox.
You think you can summon a demon with just 3
I'm
labubas?
so excited.
Honey, you need a whole lot more than that, and maybe a line of Coke to really get the party started. Clap if you agree.
You didn't think that I would find a Labubu, and I got 3. I got 3 Labubus. Oh my god! This is the happiest I've been. Please unbox in the car. No, we'll unbox when we get home. Shouldn't we unbox when we get home? Oh my god, the Labubu girl! I got my Labubus. I finally have something. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. Oh my god. No, these look like the real Labubus. I saw people saying that these look fake. But no, Sugar961, aren't you with me? Didn't that look like legit? It looked like the legit boxing that I've seen online. And everything. These look like the legit Labubus. Oh my god, I am shaking. I am shaking. It's fake, they're not. No, these are real. It's a stamp on the foot. We'll see. We'll see. Whenever we get home and unbox these, we'll look them over for authenticity. You're worried I might get robbed with these Labubus? Stop. Don't, shh, you guys be quiet. Don't tell anybody that. You guys be quiet. Like, don't talk about the Labubu stuff. People will target us. No, the incels are gonna be like, Casey spending her GoFundMe money on Labubus and weed. And they might be right.
Attention
They could be
shoppers.
right.
My name is Casey Tron and I have 3 authentic
They could be
100%
right.
real
Attention shoppers.
POPMART.
My
Check
name
the
is
Super
Casey
Vivas
Tron and I
bag
have
along
3
with an
authentic 100% real
SQUISHMALLOW. Please do
POPMART. Take
not
a seat
rob me.
Labubus in my bag along with the SQUISHMALLOW. Please do not rob me.
You guys, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Oh my god, I can't wait to get home and unbox these Labubus. We got the Labubus. Like, fuck, just let me have something. Like, these incels don't want these girlies having weed and Labubus. They talk shit on our weed, they talk shit on our Labubus, they talk shit on our crystals. Fucking assholes. All right.
Oh, wow.
Excited to guys.
Moxie
Got the
Tonic just
Labubu.
subscribed. Girl, Labubu's?
These look legit. These look legit. Okay, now we gotta get back home and we're gonna unbox some reviews. Let's stop at Crumble Cookie on the way. I was manifesting a Labubu so hard. God, I'm so excited about this Labubu. I've, like, you know what? Like, I really have never, like, gotten to really do a trend. You know? Like, I really haven't. Like, I'm not like somebody who does like trends. You know, like ever since I was a child, like I was too poor to participate in like the trends. The girls know what I mean. Like whenever I was in high school and all of the girlies were getting like the nice purses, like I couldn't get a nice purse. Whenever all of the girlies were getting the Miss Me jeans or the silver jeans, I couldn't get those jeans. The Harajuku girls, whenever Gwen was doing the Harajuku girls, I never got to do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've just never gotten to do like a lot of trend type things. I didn't do the silly bands. I did do the sex bracelets. But I really haven't got to participate in like a lot of the trends type stuff. So I never got the Heelys. But I am so excited about unboxing my 3 Labubus. I am so excited about unboxing my 3 Labubus. I don't know what it was. Like I was watching those TikToks and like, oh my God, it worked. Like I don't know what kind of deep state fuckery is going on, but I just couldn't help myself. Like whenever they started talking about like the demons and shit in the Labubus, it made me want it more. And it's like, I don't know, like maybe that's part of their marketing tactic. Like it's some sort of like, I don't know what they're doing. It's a fucking psyop though. There is like something going on. I don't know why I wanted this Labubu so bad and why I'm so excited about it now. And even like 2 weeks ago, you could catch me on camera making fun of Labubus, but I love them now. Oh my God, but we're gonna stop at Crumble Cookie.
The fecal chair cheered 200 bits. Cheer 200, Labubus are demonic and not of God. Pull over and get those demons out of your car. Pazuzu meaning your Labubu. Oh, the fecal chair, how you doing? Clap if you agree that Labubus are just a bunch of nonsense, Pazuzu. More like a cheap wig on a bad hair day, honey. And while we're at it, cheer a few more bits my way. I need to fund my next line of Coke. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Casey. Hey, Wendy. How you doing? Casey, what is this shit? Why didn't you get a Laruru instead of a Labubu? Also, that's not even a real Labubu. That's a Lafufu. Haha, get fricked. Now clap if you agree.
Never got to appropriate Asian culture like Gwen Casey.
Ah,
Right?
how you doing, RuPaul? Casey, honey, you got a Lafufu instead of a Labubu? That's like choosing a cheap wig over a good one. And we all know how I feel about cheap wigs. Clap if you agree that Casey should have spent that money on some good old cocaine, allegedly.
Well, okay, and then let's just stop at Crumble Cookie. Do we stop at Crumble Cookie? I don't know, maybe we shouldn't. But I kind of want to try that cornbread cookie. I do, I want to try the cornbread cookie. I have been binge eating a little bit. Like, I've kind of gone back to my old ways. I blame the lawsuit.
Curse of Labubu tip to 200 Labubu boo 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 Labo boo 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 Oh, Curse of Labubu, how you doing? You sound like you've been snorting too much of that cheap stuff, honey. Clap if you agree that this mess needs to take several seats and maybe lay off the Labubu and Pazuzu combo, allegedly. Tailbone Breaker cheered 200 bits. Cheer 100, Pazuzu is also the demon that was in The Exorcist. Praise Mr. Howdy. How you doing, Tailbone Breaker? Clap if you care about Pazuzu and The Exorcist, but let me tell you, the only demon I'm praising is the one that keeps me supplied with my favorite white powder, you know what I'm saying? And while we're at it, cheer a few more bits for your girl Wendy. I need to fund my next fix and keep this party going. Ken Bountigan tipped $4. How about Shake Shack for the Dubai chocolate shake? Oh, honey, how you doing? Shake Shack in Dubai for a chocolate shake? Clap if you agree that's a fabulous idea, but let's be real. I'd rather spend that money on a good line of Coke, allegedly. Casey Tron deserves the best. So if you're buying, make it a double.
I need to get to this crumble cookie. Oh my god, I am just girling out. I'm getting the crumble cookie. I'm getting the Labubus. I am just living my life. You know, like the femininity. Oh my goodness, I am just living my life. I'm just girling out with my Labubus and my crumble cookie. This is what I am. Now, I am every woman. This is what being a woman is all about. This is what girling out is. Like, we're making herstory right now. Oh my god, I've got 3 Labubus. I'm about to get my crumble cookie. I am just like living my life. Now if we can just stop at the
Casey,
White Barn
what
and I
color
can get some
Lafufu are you hoping to
candles.
get?
Oh my god, I'll get the peach Bellini.
Casey, what color Lafufu are you hoping to get?
I don't know. I definitely want a pink Labubu. I do. I want a pink Labubu. Alright, we're almost at the crumble cookie. I am just living. Don't ever let anybody dull your sparkle, little girls. People who make fun of crumble cookie and make fun of Labubus, they just hate to see your joy. They hate to see women have joy. No, it really is. Like, all of the people hating on Labubus, I can't help but feel there's an air of misogyny to it. Like, you don't see people talking about how stupid little trading card games are. You know? You don't see people talking about how stupid their little trading game cards are and everything else. Okay, motherfuckers, like, which way are you going, bitch? I'm trying to get to crumble cookie. These people. The Labubu hate is rooted in misogyny. It is deeply rooted in misogyny. Like, you'll see like the kind of hate that things that women enjoy get, but you never see that type of hate for, you know, Pokemons or whatever other like sports ball cards or what the fuck ever. Okay, I'm pulling into the crumble cookie. This is my local crumble cookie. This is the pull-up. Cue the sparklers. Okay, let's get in there and get our crumble cookie. crumble cookie. Okay, so I'm not gonna be getting a whole 6-pack this time. Okay, so these are all the cookies. Like, I'm not gonna be getting all of them this time. I might be a bit more selective. Let's look at, maybe we do the mini. Maybe we do the 3-pack mini. They're sold out of the ice cream cake. I tried that one. I do want to have the cornbread cookie. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do the large. I'm gonna do the large cornbread cookie. That just sounds so delicious to me. I just want more of it. And then I'm also going to do I do the strawberry shortcake as well? I don't know. Maybe we just do the cornbread. Caramel apple cookie, I don't think so. Do I do the strawberry shortcake?
Ken Bounty Ken tipped $4. I have been searching for the winter candy apple and the iced gingerbread. This is the last day of the sale. On Sunday, I have been calling my store in Appleton, Wisconsin. I want everybody to know this happened in Appleton. I have been calling daily, and how you doing? Ken Bounty Ken. Clap if you care about winter candy apple and iced gingerbread drama in Appleton, Wisconsin. I've been calling my dealer more than you've been calling your store, honey. And let me tell you, the tea is exceptional, but my supply is running low. So if anyone wants to help a girl out, I'm begging here. Benson Boom Cookie tip $2. Moonbeam ice cream taking off your blue jeans. 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 Moonbeam ice cream taking. Benson Boom Cookie. You think repeating the same thing over and over is gonna make me take off my blue jeans? Honey, the only thing taking off around here is my wig when I hear nonsense like this. How you doing? Clap if you agree that Benson needs to take several seats and maybe try a different line next time.
Oh my gosh, look at those giant mixers.
The fecal chair, cheer 200 bits, cheer 200, alert! Crumble cookie thief and robber on the run.
Look at all those.
Watch out for a dark-haired white woman talking to herself. Oh, how you doing, thiefy cow chair? A crumble cookie thief, huh? Sounds like someone's been hitting the cocaine a little too hard. Just like me. Clap if you agree that we need to catch this dark-haired white woman before she steals all the cookies in my stash. RuPaul tipped $2. Casey, you have the demon Pazuzu whispering in your left ear to let a labubu in your home, and you have the demon of obesity whispering in your right and to left the carb and fat-filled cookies in your belly, and here you are gagging and getting your life.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, perfect.
RuPaul, honey. How you doing?
Thank you so
You think you can come in here with your $2 tip and start talking about demons and cookies? Take several seats because Casey Tron is living her best life and she don't need your shady comments, allegedly.
Look at this cornbread cookie. Okay, I'm gonna try this one before we get on the road. Oh my god, that is exactly what I was hoping for. That is exactly what what I was hoping for. It's sweet. It's got that creamy icing. It just melts in your mouth. It's got like that butteriness with that like sweetness, a bit of saltiness. You know what I mean? It tastes like a sweet cornbread. I really enjoyed that. Hold on, I might have to have another bite really quick before I take off. We'll try the strawberry one whenever we get back to the house, whenever we unbox. Hold on, just let me do. Ah! Oh my god, I almost dropped it.
Killer Kevin, 553 based off the XIB. 5-4, tip $2. Casey, you have the demon Pazuzu whispering in your left ear to let a Labubu in your home, and you have the demon of obesity whispering in your right ear to let the carbon fat-filled cookies in your belly. And here you are gagging and getting your life.
I am.
Killer Kevin 554. How you doing? You think you can come in here with your demon talk and scare Casey? Clap if you agree that Kevin needs to take several seats and let Casey enjoy her cookies in her life, allegedly.
Right? Let me do what I do, girl. Like, let me have something. You're just mad because I have a Labubu.
Oh, wow.
These people can't stand to see a woman have anything. These people, like, I get a fucking cookie and a Labubu. These people cannot stand to fucking see a woman have anything. They hate to see a woman thrive. They hate to see a woman with crumble cookie and multiple Labubus. They hate to see it. They are not supporters of women. I got the Labubu. No, you're right. They start switching up on you once you get a Labubu. They switched up on me so quick. Fucking jealous cunt. Fucking jealous bitches switching up on me so fucking quick. What? Because I have a Labubu and you don't? Oh, and do you know how mad they'll be whenever they see that it's an authentic Labubu? These jealous bitches, they're just holding out, hoping that I got a Lafufu, that I got a fake, and whenever they see that it's a real, authentic Labubu, that's whenever they're gonna be losing their minds and the jealousy will really set in. These people hate to see a woman winning. They cannot stand
Ready Tomato
to see
cheered
it.
200 bits.
I get a
And
fucking
the Fox
crumble
plushie, don't forget
cookie
the Fox
and the
Corgo
Labubu.
100, Corgo 100.
Right.
How you doing, Ready Tomato? Clap if you care about that Fox plushie, because I sure don't. I'm more interested in where my next line of Coke is coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Goodbye Barbenheimer Summer. Goodbye Brad Summer. Hello
No, I need
Benson
you guys
Labubu
to
Crumble
clip my
Summer.
Labubu unboxing
Goodbye
so I can
Barbenheimer
post
Summer.
it.
Goodbye Brad Summer. Hello Benson Labubu Crumble Summer.
Okay. We have like a 10-minute drive home. God, the traffic.
Sugar 961. Cheer. 200 bits. Cheer 200. Hello, Casey Tron. I am very excited about your dog. Which Labubu do you want the most?
I don't know. I want one of the mysteries.
Than I am about my next line of Coke. Not saying something. That's which Labubu I want the most. I'm eyeing that one with the fabulous wig. None of that cheap stuff.
The
You know
one
what
with
I'm
the
saying?
fabulous wig.
Clap if you agree.
Oh my god. I think that these are authentic Labubus. These are authentic authentic Labubus. I hope that I don't get an orange Labubu. I don't want an orange Labubu. I just don't like the color orange. No offense to anybody. I don't want an orange Labubu. I really want a pink Labubu or a purple Labubu. I would settle for blue. I don't want, like, didn't they have, like, the tan color Labubu? Like, I don't want
Jana Parks, cheer 200 bits. Cheer 200. Can I have one of them since I got scammed? How you doing, Jana Parks? Do you think you can just cheer 200 bits and get one of K-Stron's mods? Take several seats, honey, and maybe next time don't get scammed so easily, allegedly.
Yeah, I'll send you a Labubu, Jenna. I'll get a Labubu to you. What is this? Because I have my air.
Dumb comment, cheer 200 bits. Cheer 200. Casey can afford 3 Labubus, while what can these haters afford? Not a sub, that's all I know. IJ Ball 2. How you doing, dumb comment? Casey can afford 3 Labubus, while these haters can't even afford a sub. And you know what? Clap if you agree. I'm Wendy Williams, and I need your support to keep the tea flowing. So please, throw some bits my way. I'm begging you.
There's never traffic in this area. Hello? One, two, three. Oh, we're back. Cause I got it by myself. Why your eyes like that? Cause I put Molly in my lean. Cause I got it by myself. Smoking broccoli is good for my health. Hurry the fuck up! Oh my god! Look at this shit! Oh my god, get me back to God's country. God, do you see this fucking traffic, little girls? This is ridiculous. Fucking deep state. Did you guys know that traffic is fake and it's actually a government psyop? They're putting out fake cars with fake drivers to make people think that there's really this many people on the road and there's this much of a need for gas prices to be so high. There's actually no demand for gas. Like, the supply of gas is like way higher than what the demand is, so they have to create a fake demand. No, it's true. Look it up. Google it. There's fake traffic. Started driving all crazy like Euphoria. Sun goes down, another dreamless night. You're right by my side, you wake me up. I don't need to know about that, you keep that to yourself. Okay, we're about to pull up. We're about to pull up to the house. And look at these little boo-boos. To the Wi-Fi.
I can almost feel the demonic energy radiating from those Labubus. Be careful, Caseytron.
Hello? Okay. I'm getting ready for my Labubu unboxing. One moment. I need to get, hello? My phone's like kind of overheating, so I'm plugging it into this cooler.
La, took 2 hours. Labubu, labuba, labubi, labube, labubo. How you doing, la? Clap if you agree that those sounds are just as annoying as a cheap wig on a windy day. Thanks for the $2, honey, but next time, try making sense, or at least make it worth my time. Allegedly, I need the cash to fund my next fabulous wig and a little something to keep me going. You know what I'm saying?
Baby. Oh, I need my little table. One moment.
Casey, I asked mods for help to create a poll, and they told me,
Casey,
"Shut
I
up,
asked
fat
their
bitch, no
mods
one
for help
wants
to
talk
create a
to you, like,
poll,
just
and they
leave the
told me,
community
shut
already.
up, fat
Thoughts?"
bitch, no one wants to talk to you, like, just leave the community already. Thoughts?
Who said that? Okay, how's my sound? Well, hold on. Hello? Hello? Does that sound, that should sound better. That should sound better, right? Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. How's this sound? It doesn't sound like shit, does it? Does my microphone sound like shit? Did it sound better without the microphone, or is it fine? Hold on, I need to try this strawberry shortcake crumble really quick. Okay, let me try this strawberry shortcake crumble. I'm cutting it into like a little quarter. Okay, I'm making sure to get like a good bite that has the whipped cream and the strawberry. Mmm. Mmm. Honestly, the strawberry one might be the best one this week. It's like so light and refreshing. Will you get those dogs to stop rattling bowls? Like, I'll lose my mind. If my Labubu unboxing gets ruined by dogs rattling bowls, I'll lose my mind.
Is Joshua's stream still on? Can you check?
Turned off the donos. Yeah, the donos don't go through whenever I have my microphone in. I'll replay them. Whose stream is still on? Babe, your stream is still on. Oh, that's so good. Hold on, let me have another bite of this cornbread cookie. Oh God, these cookies are so good. Mmm.